would trash his family to it on the phone. Now, think of the questions we can ask him, and hopefully, he'll have some answers. I mean, look, it's not like he's been in touch with the guy since, but we're coming at it from a different approach now. So I think the questions. Just get your questions ready. I got a ton of them. Everybody's writing them. We're ready to rock.
Well, all the stuff that came out from John in the last year.
Yes.
It's great to see how it all syncs up and how that's right, Latanya.
Yeah, it's all grown up. That's right.
It all grows up. But yeah, we're going to see now how everything fits into those little pieces now.
Yep.
And how right he was.
Yep. And also, that was, I meant to say that earlier.
What's up, Naomi? How's it going? I gotta feed my cat real quick. Just a second.
I apologize because I was sidetracked by the other breaking news. I don't know if you saw this earlier. Lost episode of What Bugs Me About Hollywood. Oh yeah. We got this. We'll play a little tease.
I just rattled.
Go girl.
Yeah.
It's back.
You know, the boys to the yard with that.
Don gets done with me for 25 minutes. Was it going to be personal or business? And he went, business.
Then if whoever Deep Throat is not a close friend of mine. They don't know what I'm talking
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I do. Because
It was Chris Judd, okay?
It's going good. I slept in today again. So I'm well rested. Nice and well rested. Tomorrow's Halloween. How long until you can get super chats and such? December 4th. For some reason. I'm not sure why I got a strike in like September for like no reason that I can tell. And it's like a 90-day strike. So they said December 4th, then I can get super chats. But I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that I can appeal that strike so that I can get it taken off. I might have to see about doing that today. But yeah. Tomorrow's Halloween. So I kind of trying to think what I need to do before tomorrow. I gotta go get a package. Should be able to. Yeah, hopefully. Let me check about it. Yeah, that's so annoying. Yeah, apparently I haven't even been able to apply for the monetization or the partner program or whatever. You have the coolest clothes. Thank you. What are you doing for Halloween? Not quite sure yet. Oh yeah, it's what do they call these things? Shower bathrobe. Yeah, it's bathrobe weather. This is like my warmest piece of clothing. So I can pretty much wear this all winter long and keep me nice and warm. For Halloween, I might just put on my costume and maybe ride my bike around and see if I can find something going on around town. Yeah, it's super cozy. Makes me feel like young Santa Claus too with the color scheme.
It's someone who's
I don't have. Listen, trust me. If
How about you? What you doing for Halloween?
the only person, if these drove was Suzanne, I would everybody else could be just like anyone, speculative.
No. This guy isn't speculating.
This is a guy?
Yeah, like so. When Christmas time comes around, this is one of my go-to out pieces of clothing too. handing out candy, but it's cold up here. Oh yeah. Luckily, I don't have to worry about handing out candy because I'm in an apartment building, and I don't think anyone's gonna go door to door in this apartment for sure. It'd be kind of sketch. But I hope those kids get some good candy. Yeah, Portland's kind of a weird town. I really don't know what's going to be going on here. I guess there's some bars that I could check out, see if there's a scene there. As far as like anything outdoors, I'm not sure. Like in the city, there might be some kind of a gathering, or maybe I could find like a costume, like an outdoor costume dance party or something. Like I can full size, hell yeah. But once the kids know that your house is the full size candy bar house, they'll be you'll get targeted. They'll be like, hey, they got full sizes over there. Shit. There was this one time, yeah, dance party. Yeah, I might go to that. But sometimes over by the waterfront, like across the river, they do like a little miniature rave type thing under the bridge over there sometimes. So that might be a thing too. But yeah, like one of the last times I went trick-or-treating when I was in like middle school or high school or something like that, I went to this really rich area, and I went to this like mansion. Yeah, this like mansion, and went up to their door, and not only did they give us a full-size candy bar, they also gave us like dollar bills. So they were handing out full-size candy bars and dollar bills. I was like, wow, this is definitely the richest fucking house I've ever trick-or-treated at before. So yeah, I'm hoping for a good Halloween tomorrow. It's my favorite holiday. Just not my favorite time of year because it's usually pretty rainy and it's hard to like be outside in your costume. But it's time for me to take a dab. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's only happened to me once, but it was so memorable. I pretty much gotta bring it up every time I think about Halloween. Mine too. What's your costume? My costume. I could show you real quick. My costume's pretty simple. I've actually worn this costume before. But I've never worn this version of this costume, so I've had a different version of the same costume before. So when I was a kid, I had this same costume, but I had the bloody mask version. So like it was like it had a pump that came with it, and you would squeeze the pump, and then blood would come out of the mask and shit. So yeah, this one's cool though, because this one comes with a check this out. So this thing's like shaped like a ball sack, and you're supposed to put this part like under the costume, like you're supposed to put this like under here, and then you squeeze it. So it's like a, it's definitely an odd costume, but I thought it was kind of cool. I also have I have a Skeletor costume too I could wear, and I have an inflatable costume I could wear. So I got 3 different costumes I could wear, but this one's gonna be the most comfortable. I love this simple black robe. It's a ball sack. Yeah, it's a ball sack and a boner. I thought it was pretty original. I had to get it. Pretty damn original. In fact, since it's almost Halloween, I might as well keep this on for now. Might as well just wear this for a little bit. Yeah, it's got cool wizard sleeves. Yeah. So if I didn't buy this costume, I was gonna get. They had this occult, like an occultist costume. So it had like a red robe with like upside down crucifixes, and it came with a goat mask. So that's the one I almost got, but I thought this was cooler. Plus, I really love scary movies, so I was like, hell yeah, this one's more my style. So, what are you gonna be for Halloween? Yeah, I usually overheat kind of easily, so that's why I got this one, because it's really like breezy and there's probably no chance of me overheating in this. Ugh. I don't even need the mask, you know, just the cape is good enough. Like a fucking gravekeeper or some shit. Or fucking Darth Sidious.
Oh, sorry, take it out.
No, underneath your pop, bro.
Underneath that, what's
Just on
that?
the witch. Nice.
What's this, brother? The gold one.
Yeah, witch is always a good costume. I mean, costumes have gotten like crazier and crazier. Like, I love the new costumes that they have these days, but every time I look at them, they look like so uncomfortable. So I just tried to get the most comfortable costume I could. Time for a dab. You read my mind, Robbie.
The gold one.
Lift up your pop.
Look, the gold one there, look. Now lift up and show me what that is. Don't come any closer to me. Show me that. What's that?
That's good.
A knife. Why are you carrying a knife?
What's in here?
Why do you have a knife?
What's in here?
You have a knife.
No English.
The law clearly says it's illegal. Guy must have been arrested, right? Well, first, his diverse neighbours leapt to his defence.
You don't carry noise around though. He's not carrying noise around though.
Not gonna harm anybody.
I don't know what you mean he's not going to harm anybody. He's carrying an illegal weapon around in a state.
But then listen to what the police said.
If that was me with that blade, where would we be sitting now? In the back of that car, mate. You know, that's a factory.
Yeah, I understand that as well, but
Well, he's brown, so what you mean there's different cultures, mate? That's ridiculous. Don't give me that, mate. Come on. Please don't give me that.
there's different cultures and religions. People have their religious beliefs.
Right, so because he's from a different culture and has his own religious beliefs, he's allowed to openly break the law by skulking around with a deadly weapon.
So that means
Yeah, the costume company, they're making bank. They're making big bank this year. I almost bought one of my friends. She bought like, I think she said she bought 5 or 6 different costumes this year because she's into cosplay as well as Halloween.
be a blade around because it's a religious belief.
When you leave Ireland to go on holidays, you stop being, I'm assuming you're Catholic.
I'm 100% Christian.
Do you stop being a Christian when you leave the country?
No, I don't carry blades around.
What the fuck is he on about?
When you leave Ireland to go on
You
holidays,
don't just get to commit crimes when you go on holiday because you have different religious beliefs.
That's the excuse I'm making for him, mate.
I'm not making an excuse for it, but obviously people have their religious beliefs.
Oh, I'm not making an excuse for him. I'm literally just letting him pose a violent threat to people, break the law and get away with it because he's brown.
Why are you carrying a knife?
People have their religious
A
beliefs.
similar thing happened outside a migrant hotel in Stevenage.
Trying to engage with a man with a knife. That's about as far as the police get. You just told me. Two policemen.
A sickle,
in there.
blade,
You
and
saw me
pole.
going there, and you did nothing. You engaged with me. If I was to go to Preston, and I was to wear a knife, and I'm carrying down the street, I would be arrested. But you do nothing. You're disgraced. You shouldn't be wearing this uniform. You serve no one. You serve the immigrants. That's what you serve. You just come out and attack us. What do you do? What do you do? You're ready to attack us? You're disgusting.
Permitting random illegals to walk the streets carrying knives because it's part of their culture. What could possibly go wrong?
An Afghan migrant who entered the UK in a lorry allegedly stabbed a hero dog walker to death during a psychotic episode.
The poor guy was simply out walking his dog when he was feverishly attacked by an illegal migrant from Afghanistan.
Police everywhere. It's really bad, babe. God, the guy got stabbed 15 times, babe.
But wait, he wasn't illegal. The government granted him asylum despite him arriving illegally after jumping on the back of a lorry.
TV News can reveal the Afghan individual arrived in the UK in November 2020 in a lorry and was granted asylum and leave to remain in
He
2022.
also stabbed another father who was trying to defend his son, leaving him with life-changing injuries. I would rather live next door to a refugee than a Reform MP. Mate, you live in a 96% white area of the country. Not many refugees on your road. I doubt Harry sees this kind of cultural enrichment very often in the Isle of Wight.
I don't know. I've worn this costume before when I was a kid, and when you have the blade to go with it, it's just extra shit to carry around. So if you already have a, I don't know, maybe I could get a blade. Maybe. But yeah, it's more stuff to carry around, unless I have like a sheath for it.
Rory Stewart demanded we take millions of Afghan refugees from the comfort of his Dufton home amidst the safety of a 98% white demographic, while the people of Uxbridge are having these new arrivals dumped on them at unprecedented levels. Maybe start listening to them.
And you're right in the eye of the storm there, James.
If you're listening to this or you see this, seriously, you really have to wake up. The country is going to end up in civil war and something has to be done. You've got to start listening to the people of this country, you really have.
The synagogue stabbing got wall-to-wall media coverage for 2 weeks. Wayne Broadhurst's senseless murder for at least 24 hours, the BBC didn't even cover it on their home page. They've gone from telling us to don't look back in anger to gaslighting the public into thinking none of this is happening so long as they bury the story.
Don't look back in anger. Don't look back in anger. I can assure you I will look back in anger till the day I die.
Now, if you notice patterns, a very clear and distinct pattern that mass migration is grossly exacerbating violent crime, or you're callous and abnormal.
If your reaction to a hideous crime, whether it is in Southport, Uxbridge or Wolverhampton, is to rub your hands with glee at the opportunity it provides for you to either spread lies or exaggerations and demonize and attack people who have absolutely nothing to do with those crimes, then there is...
Yeah, for sure, bro. Thanks for joining.
Fulfilling the Norm MacDonald meme, even as people were still processing the horror that happened in Uxbridge, there was another one. Illegal Somalian boat migrant Habi Kabdiraxman Nur had his asylum claim rejected and decided to react by walking into a bank in Derby and plunging a knife into a father's chest. Before all this, 2 months after arriving in the country, he was arrested for shouting "fuck the English" and calling members of the public white racist bastards before headbutting a construction worker. Should have been deported then. He'd already committed numerous offences in other European countries, but was left to roam our streets, thanks to the utter madness of open borders inflicted upon us by an increasingly hostile political class. Another mere drop in an ocean of betrayal.
The enemies of this nation have flourished under your protection.
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
And this came from that the Reformation. You were from the beginning a provisional government, not truly representative of the people.
More than 1,000 years of proud history. And the country will be minority white British and men.
Oh, sorry, you're obsessed with this stuff. Has this house done once to the people it purports to represent? No, it has not. And now after 6 years of misgovernment minds,
We risk becoming an island of strangers.
the ambitious Chesters,
I'll be long gone, full of that.
you are stuffed.
The relentless attack on masculinity and the feminisation of men is a problem we can't ignore. We're bombarded with estrogenic chemicals from plastics, junk food and sedentary lifestyles, and the normie media loves to demonise heterosexual men as toxic. And guess what? It's working. Testosterone levels have dropped by over 30% in the last few decades, and sperm counts are plummeting. Researchers call these changes alarming from an evolutionary view. But here's the truth they won't tell you. You can fight back naturally. Here's Andrew Huberman from Stanford University talking about a plant compound he calls equivalent to Deca.
There are incredible plant compounds out there. Like there's this thing that's now kind of going wild on the internet. I've never tried it, but it's called turkesterone.
Turkesterone?
Yeah, they call it Turk. I did one episode of my podcast all about hormones, and I went deep into this literature, and turkesterone side by side with Deca or another testosterone derivative, it essentially acts the same way. It increases testosterone and performance and recovery. You know?
How much does it increase it by?
Equivalent.
Really?
So,
this plant compound is equivalent to Deca?
Essentially.
Wow. Where do you get this stuff?
People buy it on the internet.
This is why Black Forest developed their turkesterone with Tonkat Ali limited edition supplement. It's been dubbed the feminization killer, since it combines two of the most potent natural testosterone boosters on the market. Turkesterone is a natural anabolic compound that supports muscle growth, improves endurance and boosts. And I've personally noticed the difference when I take it. Energy levels, strength, sleep, and overall of your health and your life. And random foreign men attacking women in broad daylight in their neighbourhoods is none of their business.
Why did you?
Can you get lost, please? I'm dealing with something here. It's none of your business.
What?
Okay?
Going around attacking Irish women, are you? You're going around attacking Irish women?
Okay.
You're going around attacking Irish women? How dare you do that?
Another budding doctor or engineer, no doubt.
What have you got to say for yourself?
It's none of your business, okay?
No, it is. It's the police business, guard. How dare you? How dare you attack an Irish woman? How dare... Yeah, is that what you have to say? You horrible, horrible person. Yeah. The puppy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a coward hitting women.
You're a coward.
Apparently, it's now become so normalised for women to be on the receiving end of this. Other men who witness it do fuck all to hell.
Last night I was physically assaulted in the streets of central London, and I noticed this guy, all in black, covered up actually, just walking at me. And then he brushed past me, he turned around and he kicked me like he was kicking a football. I luckily had some witnesses, some lovely girls saw it and came to my aid. There was a security guard on a door nearby who was absolutely useless and didn't do anything. And that is not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. It's really sad that that is what's going on the streets of London.
Remember how the media demonised this girl for brandishing weapons when she felt threatened by a Romanian migrant in Dundee? Well, it turns out she was right to be concerned.
Yes, you have a knife. Yeah, fucking drop me. You fucking body.
Why you fucking yourself?
You fucking cat bastard.
Show the knife. 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 That's it. That's it.
Afghan asylum seeker sexually assaulted 2 women while delivering takeaways. Shafiullah Rasuli claimed groping women was a way of saying goodbye in his homeland. Oh, I guess it's just part of his culture.
People have a religious belief.
A culture which includes weirdly aggressively milling around outside women's houses while their kids are playing.
Okay. Fine. You okay?
Daddy. What are you doing? Talking about that. Move. Don't get loose. I've got kids in here, don't. I've got kids.
Not good.
I've got children in here, so you go away from them. What you say? I've got cameras.
Good.
I mean, why return to their own countries to rebuild them when they can make such an essential contribution staying in ours?
يقولوا لك ارجع تعمر البلد، لك هذا اللي عمر البلد هذا اللي عمر.
Family.
And why is it only your men that must come and no families with you?
Because it's so difficult to bring a family with that when we all came here. So it's
Well, you were fleeing for war. Wouldn't you bring your family with you? And what about possessions you have?
with the women and the children it's so difficult. Because
Well, why don't you flee war for your safety if your safety is in danger and leave your children there?
sorry, I told you we didn't have a time. So
Did I raise a head?
And the left's response to all this? Thank God for immigrants! Freddie Mercury came to the UK as an immigrant 60 years ago, so now you have to accept the total evisceration of society. Rampant violent and sexual crime, along with extinction-level third world migration. Tony Blair invaded Afghanistan 24 years ago. It's just the imperial boomerang, bro, while they literally celebrate some poor bin man getting knifed to death. Michael Heseltine, reformist fascist, we must stop Nigel Farage, says the guy who literally lives in a Palladian mansion surrounded by a 70-acre arboretum in a 95% white area. Probably not much open-air defecation taking place in Michael Heseltine's leafy Oxfordshire village. While everyone who is forced to live amongst it is scared shitless because it's happening virtually every day now.
I live in the borough right next to Hillingdon.
Yeah.
And I moved into my house in 2019. My local shop has been 3 stabbings, 1 murder.
Hello, Governor.
Since then. My friend was murdered last year up on the High Street. Girl I know was murdered in Southall Park. The government was failing us. I'm so scared for my children. I have a 22-year-old son and I'm begging him to move out of the country.
Oh my goodness, I feel for you.
How's it going, mate?
What are these politicians doing?
Oh, this is hard to watch. It's fucking depressing.
Are you right wing or?
Are you right wing, man? Are you like right wing or something? What a weird question. Don't play with knives, kids. Get watermelon. Rain. Oh yeah. Delicious.
White Elephant Gift Exchange. Equal parts holiday cheer and psychological warfare. The moral? The true players bring enough stripes to go around. Give something beautiful, Sephora.
Dave's Hot Chicken Bites. Alright, Dave. You saw that now. To me, it seemed like because it.
Dave.
Don't grab my hand, I'm not your friend. I'm waiting for my life to end. Give me the gun, pass me the pen. Tonight's the night, all lives will end. But I spill the blood, it's crimson red. I got the voices in my head. Give me the gun, pass me the pen. Tonight's the night, all lives will end.
I believe that.
A little fresh air. Ah, there we go.
If you're looking for a fast, thrilling, and convenient way to get around town, then you need to check out GoTrack's electric bikes. With everything from lightweight folding e-bikes to off-road ready
Oh, you're talking about the monkey that's loose with herpes? Yeah, heard about that. Is that tonight or tomorrow? Oh yeah, I guess it could be tonight too. I don't know, I'm just, I'm not really ready for anything. I'm just hanging. What the fuck? My stream crash? I'm ready for just about anything, actually. What the hell's that? See through the top of the hood, so I can keep it down like this.
Beat down and broken up, is the road enough? Clocked out and dangerous anyway. There's little chance I'll pick you up, gotta catch the sun. For a little taste of freedom one day by day. Got a real taste for cheating, a blood lust for selling my soul, I know. But I won't stop believing my path leads to curves and home. We can be sharp warm seasons, stay scheming the best life alone, I know. Daydreaming of hearts and hearts unknown. Stay bright, alive and let go. While dreams of warm seasons take I've been running around this over town, these streets are getting lonely. Everybody got a side, but no one really knows me. The New York minutes take a toll, it's time to take it slowly. Yeah. I've been in the mix since I was a kid. When that patience is a bitch, we let me brick by brick. I'll be moving on the slick till it's real, voila. Enough gas in the tank till the wheels fall off. So I can roll for both the soul and static on my youth and fuck. You're not hearing, is your television screwed? But erase the gas, soldier, jet ahead, don't close your eyes. But so I'll bleed. Go confession, overwearing on
It's time for a jam overtime. Oh, oh, oh.
We go all the way back to college, Joe, so...
I can't tell that story.
Republic of waves over time. Throwing stones in the ocean. I've been passing time. Keeping all these lines, I see the signs. Sit back with my potion, relax and unwind. River drops in the ocean of the mind. The sun and the moon pull the tide. Ripples become waves over time. 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 Over time, I sit back and unwind. Ripples become waves over time. Sun and moon pull the tides over time. Turn your thoughts into action. Law of attraction. What you do today will cause a reaction. You're the only one who controls your satisfaction. What you can imagine, you can make it happen. The sun and the moon pull the tide. Ripples become waves over time. 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 Over time, I'll sit back and unwind. Ripples become waves over time. Sun and moon pull the tides over time.
I'm feeling it, man.
Another day, another drive. Sometimes it gets so bad. Chilling depressed at the pad. And I'm so broke inside. Hit the crew, they gon' probably go through. If it's a vibe, then we'll turn the function up out on the roof. What we gonna do when the sun gets low and the street lights glow? We already know. Nobody got one low when you roll with us. You go in that smoke, then you blow it up. Blow it up. We're like a time bomb. No telling when we'll blow. Like a bullet in a gun. You better pray we don't. Hit the crew, they gon' probably go through. If it's a vibe, then we'll turn the function up out on the roof. What we gonna do when the sun gets low and the street lights glow? We already know. Nobody got one low when you roll with us. You go in that smoke, then you blow it up. Blow it up. Nobody got one low when you roll with us. You go in that smoke, then you blow it up. Blow it up.
song by Skeggs.
Let there be pursuit. Not for perfection, but for precision. Let there be curves that sharpen your edge.
You fixing to go trick-or-treating? Treating around?
At Fred Meyer Pharmacy, we accept most insurance.
I don't know, I'm not even a big fan of candy anymore. So, I don't think so. I'm just looking for some pre-rolls. If they're giving out pre-rolls, then I'm tricking for those treats, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going trick-or-treating, yeah, this year.
Hello, Anna. Let me out, Eddie,
Birthday, yeah, motherfucker.
Yo, exclusive around with shooter, they making a move. I'm in it on Kelly, how you do it? I'm flexing for less and I do it for scooter. I'm dumb and stupid, my color's sound. No salad, I'm dressing like Thousand Island. You ain't buying no work, why the fuck you down? In the back of the Maybach, I'm count out. I mean, make designers on every
Good idea.
Fresh out the slum, I go money, man, up. 20 my tongue, how to travel, no count. Looking like money, I know they don't house. Fucked up the struggle, they fucked on the downside. Chrome hearted, hold your bitch up around. Some young nigga trapping out there with no lunch break. Yeah, sports, I'm a player like 2K. All in my she don't even need toothpaste. I'm on a deuce and deuce.
We about to take that nigga to those bars right quick. He probably want to go to the
They still got these on though, but I'm hey, they 10, but they clean though. You see what I'm saying?
Cash out, I don't even sign my shoe, but I'm an Audemars, Bobby Boucher. Ride in the robo like sugar and Kool-Aid. Open the cage, I went straight to the JJ. Free on my nigga that still eat steak. Started out tripping, that shit was a gateway. How about I counted the 100 the same day? If I come out, it's raining all day. If I pull it, I aim at your face. I keep it street like they painted me great. I might just go rip on today. Keep him from running on the plate. Do the respects, I shit on my haters. Take out my bubbles, I'm going Bottega. I stick in it fast, like riding a bike. Diamond they hit and they starting to fight. Capping that shit that I don't like. Ballin', you know I'm the GOAT like Mike. I just want to throw, you ain't gotta spend the night. Get your head killed, I ain't gotta have a knife. He must be so cause he covered in ice. Still on probation, I'm rolling the dice. Put in rotation, I ain't making my wife. Gotta do it for my niggas got life. When I'm shopping on God, I don't never check price. Fuck by no money, I bow that life. Money where a nigga we ain't gotta buy straight. Gotta turn it down and be shining too bright. Straight on the top, don't even ask about right. Cap on the top when he ask me to pray. Shout it to pussy, I call him a dyke. Only won't fuck him for real, but I might. I ain't gotta touch him, I still get him all tonight. No bitch in my dog, don't board. They only live once, on they winning twice. I jumped out no parachute, landed right. No TSA, just stay on the plate.
Man, I'm just a little motherfucking real nigga, man. Show these niggas what real niggas supposed to do, my nigga. Show these niggas how real niggas supposed to walk around that motherfucker. Keep this shit solid, nigga. Tell the nigga put your mouth rush on my brother. Fuck wrong with these niggas, my nigga, walking home, my nigga. I should tell that shit, my nigga. You know what I'm saying, nigga? I salute everything, my nigga. You was already big, my nigga. Shit ain't bigger, my nigga. I'm a real street nigga, my nigga. I salute and support everything that you did, my nigga. Just like before, my nigga. Whatever you need from me, my nigga. Just give me a call, dog. I'm pulling up, dog. Go home, dog.
Watch sit here, bro. I don't know what you got on that camera, but that leg's looking a little hot shit to me.
Goddamn. Birthday, yo. Shouldn't let me out.
Want to make a fortune without spending a fortune? Try Bitrix 24 CRM. It's free, it's powerful, it just works. Get now at Bitrix24.com.
I'm at a loss for words, and my heart it hurts. I'm at a loss for words, and my heart it hurts. Things going on in this world, so absurd. Mr. President, tell me what's the word? Selling ammunition to the mentally ill, just to make a penny while innocent get killed. Turn on the news and I heard the sounds from the 32nd floor, just raining down. All those lives lost, what a pity. Just trying to have a good time down in Sin City. This ain't the first occasion, but I hope it's the last. Kindergarteners can fix it going to class. Wanna walk down the street and I look behind my back as a man ripped through a venue fully packed and black. This one's for Columbine, this one for Paris, this one for all the lives lost in Las Vegas, this one for Cali, for Miami, this one for London, no I'm not done, one for Iraq, Yemen and Saudi, and for Syria and those murdered babies, Mama Africa, and for Hiroshima, Pearl Harbor, and the World Trade Center, Chicago and Jerusalem. people put down the gun. This one for everyone who has lost someone who cannot be brought back with words. I'm at a loss for words, and my heart is. I'm at a loss for words, and my heart is.
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
I wanna know in my head what is going on. Too many situations to feeling what's up. Wanna have a good time with my friends in the club, but don't remember getting shot while I'm trying to make love. So many now with the man up above. We're all left to clean up the blood. Children left with no parents, parents left with no children. And when you really break it down, it's tough for no good reason. I don't got all the answers, so tell me who does. All I really know is we really need love. I don't got all the answers, so tell me who does. All I really know is we really need love. This one's for Columbine, this one's for Paris, this one's for all the lives lost in Las Vegas. This one's for Cali, for Miami, this one for London. No, I'm not done. One for Iraq, Yemen, and Saudi, for Syria and the murder babies. I'm Africa, and for Hiroshima, Pearl Harbor, and the World Trade Center, Chicago and Jerusalem. Come on, people, put down the gun. This one for everyone who has lost someone who cannot be brought back with words. Lives of the land from sea to sea. We all share that same blood, there's no need to bleed. At the hand of another man, but I understand if it's self-defense. But there would be no reason to defend if we could all live as one and join hands. I'm at a loss for words, and my heart is. I'm at a loss for words, and my heart is.
Yeah, TikTok has me like, you know, TikTok's lame. TikTok's on that censorship. They got me censored, bro. I'm censored as fuck. Tommy's in Seattle tonight? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, he went on a trip with a bunch of other people. And no, I'm not done.
I ain't gonna do that shit. Well, started with one, now we have. Basically, it is one, two.
What a wild trip it's been.
Oh la 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 la.
From our lush reds to our balanced whites, we pour.
Starting to lose myself. Think I could use some.
Actually, I don't know this song. What are you up to today, Emily? What are you doing for Halloween?
another morning to savour the crunchy nooks and crannies splendour of a Thomas's English muffin.
Tom, which is a nook and which is a cranny?
That's a nook, cranny, 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 nook, cranny. I mean, they should be teaching me this in school. Huzzah! A toast to breakfast!
He still doesn't remember us, Bruno.
phone's too hot. Cool. Typical. What's up, Nomad? Again. I don't know. I need to get a package today. And I need to get some groceries. But it's nice and cold here. Like, as it should be, I guess. All the leaves are falling off the trees.
Yes, I watched the story unfold through a river of tears as I rewrite these pages. Get out of bed when you're on my trolley, can you wake up? You know my friend, you're still sleeping. Oh, when are you gonna wake up? You can't live life for the weekend. Yeah. Oh, when are you gonna wake up? You can't live life for the weekend. Oh, you can't live life for the weekend. Oh, when are you gonna wake up? You can't live life for the weekend. You can't live life for the weekend. You can't live life for the weekend. You can't live life for the weekend.
Order a footlong in the app, and Subway MVP Rewards members get another for just $1.
MVP rewards, man.
Mother gave us this mission. To hunt the power.
How's it going, man? You ready for
We've got to
Halloween?
take this. Look.
Everybody ready for Halloween? Got your costumes and all that?
Turn clicks into clout. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in. The new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. They were warriors who fought for Hyrule's future together.
Oh, sure they were. That song's not that great. Let's go to my jam, my classic jam. Pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam. Scream costume. What's everyone else up to?
If I were him, I'd bundle my home and auto and pick up the real victory. Savings.
Are you talking about bowling?
No.
Alright, it's getting close to 5 o'clock. I might go grab my package from the store and maybe some groceries. Fuck, bro. Were they nice ones too? Damn, bro, that sucks. It's kind of fitting though to have a rest in peace on Halloween. Stop buying nice ones a while because they break my constantly. Yeah. One of the easiest ways to lose sunglasses is like in a body of water. So I invested in this. It's like a it connects to your whatever it's called, sunglasses holder, so it never falls off your head. It's got a little string on the back. Actually, I'll show you. Actually, where is them? Where are they? I found it. And I got them. I got it the same color as my sunglasses, so I found yeah, I thought it was cool that I could get it the same color as my glasses. So yeah, now I don't have to worry when I'm like by the river if they were to fall off. You got the little string, and you can adjust the length or whatever. Yeah, it's a pretty cheap investment too. They don't cost that much. can hang them around your neck like that. How's your? Hope you're having a good day. Happy. I got a new bed for my cat, like another hiding spot kind of bed thing for her.
The grilled chicken and avocado from Subway's new Fresh Pit menu. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Just here to eat some food. No, you're not eating. Are you? You are eating here. I just wanted some rice. They have food down there. Both. The rice looks good. I don't give a fuck. We both understand that. This round.
See, here we go. I do it. I told you. All the
I don't want to be too much of your friend just yet.
You're probably not.
Encore! 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 A guy just dropped this out of a car. Tonight they have a bus out here. It says, "Love not hate makes America great." Beside it says that "Stand up, fight back." And I noticed that there's a projector light on this building that says "Immigrants make America great." That's a fire truck. Can I see it? Please? Can you put anything on it?
Here we go.
Who would Jesus deport? You guys got a DJ set up here?
Yeah.
Is this your truck?
Yeah, well, it belongs to a group of us.
Yeah, yeah.
See the front of it or the side panels? But look at the logo on each door. This has to do with climate change. So it says World on Fire Department.
And so you guys are both a part of the climate change organization?
Everything.
Like, what's the mood been out? Like,
It's good.
yeah, positive.
Some yahoos running around, trying to disrupt, but nobody's taking the bait, so.
Yeah,
there it is,
like provokers.
Yeah,
See, that's the thing. There are people that do that.
they want to.
And they blame us. But it happened. It happened in the 60s.
So you guys can see that here there are some protesters that are looking at the ICE agents that are standing on the roof. So let's hear what he's saying.
That's why I love multiculturalism now. That and I'm a leg man.
Legman.
Adam's bonding.
Sometimes
I'll have to check that out. Sounds cool.
strike out.
You never know if they're coming out to let out vehicles. Yeah. Or if they're coming out to beat people. Yeah. People up. They'll like drag people in for like minor. Yeah, no, you're right. Right up offenses. And they'll beat the shit.
Chandler, why are you blocked? Not me. He says not me.
To tell you over and over and over again that all of the officers of color, children, not gonna make it out of this. That's just a fact. I've seen the way you guys treat each other.
I'm burning this stuff, bro. Find out. You wanna find out? You wanna find out? Get the fuck out of here.
Really?
You're a fucking Nazi. You're a young Nazi one. You want me to be like a fucking Nazi? You're a fucking cock-ass. I know who you are, you fucking piece of shit. Okay, so this guy right here is calling him a Nazi, and he's asking him if he wants to find out, and Nick is saying that he doesn't want to find out.
Going after the political opposition? That's enough.
You know, it's a try right now.
Why'd you take me to rap? So I can see your bitch! Vandal!
I don't want to. It's like, last year considering it.
Your mama, bitch, he was like, what the, really? Yes.
To you.
Not to us, but he was over there just being like, while I'm screaming and just fighting. Like, dude, what are you doing? Get a life. Quit your job.
Yeah, like, both are federal. What's the difference between the police, like them, and the police in the street?
The difference is one is federal and one is state. Like one is owned like by the president, and then one is owned by like our mayor takes control, like our Oregon, like people we elect. Yeah, these guys are border patrol basically, and they're the people who they're allowed within 100 miles of the border, which includes the Oregon coast. There's a good chance they could just be Homeland Security agents as well, which is just hunt down terrorists, but we're not terrorists. We just want to be right. Yeah.
So they have this guy who was detained. Shards of glass are seen on driver's seat after ICE agents broke the van window and arrested 4 farm workers. Video shows ICE arresting father outside of daycare. So here we have a notice that says, notice unauthorized campsite. This site to be vacated and cleaned. Personal property must be removed. And that the stuff will be held in storage for a minimum of 30 days. And unsanitary items or things without value will be thrown away. So it looks like the DJ has finally arrived to the fire truck. So I guess let's go see it.
Meeting a new president. Oh, I popped him. They'll come back. Woo! Popped him. Yeah, we blew the fuse. Yeah. Hey, Mike, grab the output, the power on the that's coming. I blew your inverter.
Was that an easy fix?
We don't know. Oh.
Well, like the 1470.
What's that?
Can I help you? I'm so hungry. Right. Would you like? We've got Puerto Rican arroz con pollo, and we've got arroz con pollo. This is Puerto Rican chicken and rice. Yeah, are you Puerto Rican? No, my husband's Puerto Rican. Mother taught me how to make it. I'm Irish. You did make it though. Yeah, I made it.
Are you right wing?
I'm sorry?
Are you right wing or hanging out with us?
Right wing?
Right wing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Are
I'm
you
just here to eat some food. No, you're not here. Are you, who are you here for? Yeah. What are you here for? I just saw that there was a party.
Are you a drunker down with Tommy and them?
Get out.
Or are you a left wing?
Get out. Get out. Go. 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 You're not welcome. You're not welcome. I don't want some Puerto Rican. Go. Get the fuck out of here. Go, get the fuck out of here. You have no right. I know the fuck. No right. The rice looks good. I don't give a fuck. You're about to get knocked the fuck. On the. This is our Puerto Rico. Adiós. Adiós. Wow. Habla bien. Yo vengo para comer nomás. Tengo hambre.
Are you
You see, China.
I just wanted some rice.
Nah, it's cold out. I gotta dress a little warmer than my costume. That's crazy. They did the same thing to me. I just tried to grab a Gatorade from the Antifa table, and they got mad at me.
Down there, go, bitch! Get the fuck out of here! All right, but get the fuck we both understand that. This round.
See, here we go. I do it. I told you. You all supposed to say. Stand on that fucking side, but you're not getting any of our fucking side. You're not fucking side.
I can't get any Puerto Rican rice, but I can stand on the sidewalk. Derechos humanos.
Just wait till they fucking come for you. But you dance like a white girl.
I'm Hispanic, but I dance like a white girl. And they said, wait till they come for me. What's up, my dad? I'm only here because I want to be invited to the White House. Hey, at least I write about something.
They said that same shit to me too. It's 10 minutes to sunset. There's the sun right now, hitting me in the head. The perfect time for the sun to come through the window.
Just a little recap. I wanted some rice. And then they began to ask me if I was a right-winger. And I was like, right-winger? And then I started dancing. Hey, they fixed the speaker!
The barbarians are no longer at the gate. They are now inside.
So you're calling Chetneyuga a barbarian? Well, given he's here, let me bring him in.
There are barbarians inside the gate, and that's Randy Fine. Randy Fine is a sick terrorist sympathizer.
You want him deported, is that right?
I do. Look, I think Mamdani lied in his naturalization application.
He's a dirty Muslim, and you should hate him for supporting Muslims. And that's what almost all of the Israeli supporters are doing.
Dude, just come out and condemn Hamas. It's not that hard.
These anti-Semitic attacks that is so permeating on CNN and
This
SNBC.
is so ridiculous. Somebody criticizing you personally is not an anti-Semitic attack. If somebody says that you are lying, that is not an attack on Jews, that is an attack on you.
Here's, I'm going to be done with this if you're going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators.
Zoran Mamdani says that Islamophobia is endemic in the United States, and his opponents have given him ample reason to make that case. A New York congresswoman called him the jihadist candidate for mayor. Republican Randy Fine is trying to have him deported. Mamdani's main opponent, Andrew Cuomo, has called him a terrorist sympathizer and was widely criticized for saying this in a recent interview.
Whose lives are at stake? God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering.
There's another problem.
For his part, Mamdani has not always struck the right tone on issues of race and faith. He previously compared the NYPD to the Israeli Defense Forces, for example, and he fought back crocodile tears while talking about some of the real victims of 9/11.
I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims of New York City. I want to speak to the memory of my aunt. Who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab.
Well, Mamdani has now clarified those remarks, but only to say it wasn't his aunt, but his father's cousin. All of this has become a matter of national debate for several reasons. Firstly, the competing accusations of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism have underpinned basically everything since October the 7th. Second, if Mamdani wins in New York, many think the Democrats will follow his socialist lead. And finally, it comes at a time of hand-wringing and soul-searching over ICE raids, anti-immigrant rhetoric, and the question of what it means to be an American. Is Mamdani the embodiment of this great colorblind meritocracy, or as Randy Fine puts it, part of the invasion? Well, joining me to debate all of this is the host of Keeping It Real, Gillian Michaels, the former Deputy Press Secretary and host of the Katie Miller podcast, Katie Miller, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Chetneyuga, and the Palestinian-American journalist, Omar Bad. Well, welcome to all of you. Gillian, let me start with you. Welcome back to Uncensored. You know, I thought it'd be helpful probably to start the debate about Mamdani by reminding us all of some of the more inflammatory things that he said on his record. In June 2020, he wrote on X, "We don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to hashtag defund the NYPD." In 2023, he linked the NYPD to the IDF in a Democratic Socialists of America panel discussion, saying, "I think that for anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyper-local. We have to make it clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's laced by the IDF." In June, he declined to condemn the phrase "globalize the intifada," instead saying that's not language I use, and he would discourage use of it. In September, when asked if he agreed with the Israeli Prime Minister's stance that Hamas is a terrorist group that needs to be destroyed, Mamdani said, "I'm not going to echo the words of Benjamin Netanyahu." When you take it in totality, I can see why people have got exercised about this, albeit with the last two, a failure to do something is not quite the same as endorsing it, and we should be that should be recorded. But what is your view about Mamdani?
Well, the one thing that I would hope people stop doing is pointing out that he's Muslim, because honestly, who cares? What does that have to do with anything regarding his policies and how he will run New York City? So that should be called out from the get. It's wrong. Nobody should do it. Simultaneously, yes, a lot of things that are alarming to me. I do wish, dude, just come out and condemn Hamas. It's not that hard. It's very common sense.
Well, I gotta go to the store in a little bit and get a package. I bought a new cat bed type thing for my cat. I gotta grab that. It's been at the Amazon pickup place for a few days, so I gotta go get that. And then I'm gonna just grab some groceries and come back home, and then eat, and then decide what I'm gonna do for the rest of the night. How about you? What you up to tonight?
In my opinion, what's alarming to me about Mamdani are his policies. And if we're going to talk about that, I feel like I can pontificate on it. But with regard to him being Muslim, I go back to, again, who cares? And people should stop calling that out. It's wrong.
But I guess it's relevant if he is saying that Islamophobia is endemic in the United States. I mean, do you believe that it is endemic in the United States? A hatred of people for their Muslim faith?
I don't think it's endemic in the United States, but it does exist. Racism exists, sexism exists. I don't think it's endemic. And I think that kind of
I feel you.
Is literally tearing us apart, which is why I want to see it stop when it comes to his religion as well. So listen, he said a lot of things that I don't like. This is America. He's allowed to say those things. Again, I go back to what I wish people would attack him on specifically are his policies, because that's where I believe he has exceptional vulnerability. Like, if you don't like the things that he's saying,
that's what's up. Well, I hope you have a good morning.
About Gaza or Hamas or the Jews, don't double down by saying those things about him being Muslim. That's my
He's never said
opinion. I
anything
don't
about the
think too
Jews.
wrong.
We should just be clear about the fact that he's never said anything about the Jews. That's a way that it's just a phrase that gets imposed on him because people can't find anything to condemn. Yeah, but that's not saying anything about the Jews. Whatever his views are on Hamas, that's a completely different conversation. We should just use words carefully and to be like, if we're gonna have a constructive discourse, it's important not to put words in other people's mouths. So anytime you hear Mamdani and you hear the phrase "the Jews" followed by it, that's typically a smear because Mamdani has never expressed any views that are anti-Semitic. If his political views about Israel and Palestine are problematic, let's debate the merits of those without suggesting that he's saying something about the Jews when he never did.
Hey Tom, why should people come to the AI Advantage Summit November 6th, 7th, and 8th?
That's a good.
What I need to get at the store is some cough drops, because it's about that time.
Hey, what
I think
about
that's
this
fair enough,
one? He has a
Omar.
rap
But
song.
okay.
I was going to say he has a rap song
Go on,
where he
Jen.
celebrates the Holy Land 5, who, have gone to jail for sending millions of dollars to Hamas. How do you think that would make a Jewish person feel? Probably not great.
Stocking up for the winter.
Not great, Jillian.
I've never heard of that song.
Israel slaughters. Hold on.
Okay, I mean,
Israel
it
slaughters our
exists.
children over and over and over again, and all we do is here's.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. It's a good time to start stocking now. So I'm constantly looking at stores offer. Yeah, I feel you. That's smart. Yeah, I mostly just been shopping. I don't know. It might be a good time to stock up. Maybe I should do the same thing.
It's really important. It's not that the American people are Islamophobic. It's that American media, mainstream media, and almost all the Israeli supporters are the most bigoted, racist people in the country. They despise Muslims. All they do is smear Muslims 24/7 while pretending that they're concerned about bigotry, but only when it affects their beloved Israel. So they're like, oh my God, I'm so concerned about anti-Semitism. Oh, you said something slightly true, actually very true about Israel, but it hurt my feelings. You're an anti-Semite, fire him, cancel him, etc. This is all thuggery. There's a bunch of...
Well, I'm kind of mad. Yesterday I found out that our dollar store, our Dollar Tree, my closest one, got taken away. That really made me mad. Because I did a lot of shopping at the Dollar Tree, and that's like the cheapest place to shop and stock up on stuff. Now I have to find a new one. I'm gonna have to travel a lot further to get to my new Dollar Tree. But in the meantime, I'll try and stock up on some other good deals at my local store.
Israeli forces inside America, they've taken over our
I need to go to the bathroom, then I'll probably head out.
Congress, they've taken over mainstream media, and not only do they try to smear, cancel, fire, and arrest anyone who criticizes Israel, but on top of that, they now demand that you be racist and bigoted against Muslims, and it's so hilarious. Because Mamdani, hold on, let me finish. So let me finish. So now they go, okay, even though Mamdani has never said anything anti-Semitic, nothing against Jews, and even though the majority of Jews, according to polling, are supporting Mamdani, 67% of younger Jewish Americans in New York, that's under 45, are supporting Mamdani, we're going to lie anyway, and we're going to say, you know what, he's a dirty Muslim, and you should hate him for supporting Muslims. And that's what almost all of the Israeli supporters are doing, almost all of mainstream media, and that sick, disgusting Andrew Cuomo, who's as bigoted as it gets.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. They have countless success stories, including from some very familiar faces. England legend Michael Owen, who lost 40 pounds. AFTV's Robbie, who lost more than 100 pounds. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70.
Yeah, you guys don't have Dollar Trees there. I kind of thought that. Watch many videos about Dollar Store. Yeah. It's an interesting place, but there's a lot of thefts at my Dollar Tree. Like I saw people like running out of the store with food and shit and stealing from there. So yeah, not surprised they went out of business.
% off with the code.
So,
yeah. Portland's a mess.
So well, okay, so Saudi Arabia is a Muslim state, and you can criticize it all day long. There's no special protection.
Because what you're doing is using coding language to block American
Jewish state or a
and to
Muslim
say that
state.
we should not be here and we should not be in existence, and that you would be happy for other people like
Nonsense.
Mandani to use
No,
it.
I want Israel to be
Go on
safe.
your
Nothing of the
go
sort.
back to
Nonsense.
life.
You're totally
You were-
lying.
you were the
That's
first
very
one on their
normal
neck.
for a Miller to be completely and utterly lying. That's not true. We want Israel to be a safe haven for Jews, 1967 borders, but you guys say, no, more Palestinian land. Take
You're not
Gaza,
gonna
take
do
the
it.
West
I'm
Bank,
gonna
take
do
southern
it.
Lebanon. Your greed knows no bounds. And by the way, you and your husband are
Here's, I'm
supposed
not
to be
gonna do
working
this.
for
We're gonna sit here
America,
and
not
tell me,
for
and I think
Israel.
it's
I think you're betraying this
I will
country.
not.
All right, check, let Katie.
Piers,
all right,
if I could
don't
just
speak
jump in
over
here,
each
John,
other. Katie.
on a quick note.
Yeah, Omar, I'll come to you, but let Katie finish her point, then I'll come to you. Katie.
No, Pierce, quite frankly, I'm really sick and tired of this racist, bigoted rhetoric that comes from people like you against my husband, against my family, and my children. I am raising Jewish children in this country.
Who brought your
in which
children
you
into this? What a weirdo.
Pierce, I'm going to be done with this if you're going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators just for the sake that he will not.
Well, hang on. Katie, to be clear,
He inserted a line that says
Katie,
the
hang
Miller's
on.
lie. Is that not coded language for therefore we are Jewish? Come on, Pierce, where are you?
What?
Where are you standing?
God, you're so
Katie, if I can speak.
Everything's your shit.
If I can speak,
He
listen.
said, "My fire and cancel America."
Shane,
Oh my God, Israel's
Shane,
feelings have been
Shane.
hurt. Why don't you work for this
All right,
country?
can we try and get
this country instead of
all right,
Israel?
can we try? All right, can we play? All right, let's stop the ad hominem attacks. Let's try and get this back to a more civilized debate, which is actually
Poland, I'm pretty sure, I believe, if I remember right.
about the likely incoming mayor of New York. Katie, I was giving you the chance to respond. If you want me to do it for you, I'm happy to do that. But normally in a panel discussion, if someone makes...
You know,
I agree, and you shouldn't be interrupted. So, Katie, let me just ask you, separate, let's not get into ad hominem stuff. It's honestly, I think the viewers are sick of it. Let me just ask you, Katie.
I'm going to leave my
What is your
stream on,
fundamental
but
opposition to Mamdani? Because my view of Mamdani is he's very charismatic. He's a skillful politician. He has reined back on some of the more inflammatory things. He undeniably said the stuff he said about the NYPD would be for some people disqualifying, frankly, in a city like New York. But he's managed to come through that by reining back on some of that stuff. And he is, as Cenk Uygur rightly points out, he has a remarkable popularity with young Jewish New Yorkers. I mean, it is remarkable that for someone who people have branded anti-Semitic, a lot of Jewish New Yorkers simply don't agree. They want to vote for him. So he is what he is. I also think, as Gillian pointed out, that probably a more obvious stick to beat him with politically are his views, which are pretty socialist. And what is fascinating about this politically, looking at the totality and potentially a future general election, is if you have a progressive socialist like Mamdani who wins in New York, is that the way the Democratic Party is now going to go? And does that have any chance of winning against what would likely be another MAGA candidate in 2028? So these are big picture issues that will come out of a Mamdani victory. But from your perspective, Katie, what is your fundamental opposition to Mamdani becoming New York mayor?
I want to start off with, do you agree when your guest says that the Millers always lie? Because that's what your guest on your show just said, is that the Millers always lie. And so now I'll continue into saying, Mamdani, just as you said here, is a socialist. He is someone who is going to drive New York to the bottom. I'm excited for him to win because he'll prove to every other single large city in our country that what you will see is failure, what you will see is high crime, what you will see is murders, what you will see is a prominent city in our country fall into complete disrepair, and you will see large amounts of capital and tax dollars exit the city immediately, because what people are voting for is their own downfall. When you play into identity politics as he's done, when you stand behind a podium and your first comment is, oh my gosh, my aunt on the train, instead of talking about all those who lost their lives on 9/11, then you're doing something wrong, Piers. But I will sit here and say that for the reasons in which he is wrong and which he will drive New York into failure is again the same reason why people on your show, instead of arguing the merits, as you say, of his opinions, they're going to sit here and use attacks on my husband and myself instead of debating us on our values and our opinions. It is gross, it is racist, and it is bigoted. And I will not join your show again if you
Your values suck. That's what I'm debating.
It's just so ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, Katie, let me just make it clear. No, Cenk, stay out of this. Katie, let me just respond to that. Katie, normally, when someone makes an ad hominem attack on another panelist, that panelist is on the receiving end, gives it back, right? And you've chosen instead, it seems to me, to want me to do that for you. I don't mind doing that, right? But to me, you could easily respond. You're perfectly skilled and capable enough to respond to what Cenk said about you, and you've done that. And you've argued, very passionately why Mamdani would be a New York mayor. I'm not taking sides here. I actually don't like any of the ad hominem attacks that come on the show. But it's interesting to note that there have been an increasing number of very ad hominem attacks on Mamdani, and a lot of it has had a whiff of genuine Islamophobia. And I don't think it means that any of us have to endorse that or anything to actually accept that that is what's been happening. And I see the same thing happen with Jewish candidates in American politics. I see a stench of anti-Semitism from certain quarters towards Jewish candidates. But we certainly see this with Mamdani, and it's ugly, and it's horrible, and it shouldn't be. Yeah, you are a guest on my show, and I appreciate you coming on the show, and I like you coming on the show.
And I'm saying
I think you're able to.
Are welcome to participate in the anti-Semitic attacks that is so permeating on CNN and SNBC.
This is so ridiculous. I'm sorry. I have to jump in here. Somebody criticizing you personally is not an anti-Semitic attack. If somebody says that you are lying, that is not an attack on Jews. That is an attack on you. And just stop hiding behind identity. This is all the snowflake behavior that the right is supposedly criticizing the left for, that you're simply repeating here. Yes, Stephen Miller is a destructive force in American society. That is not an attack on Jews. That is no reference to his identity. This is an attack on him individually, and just deal with the merits of this case. And also, when it comes to Mamdani and all the stuff that he said,
let's go there.
Whatever you want to call him, you have to be clear about the fact.
The Israeli state, right? That's how we got here in the first place.
No, Mamdani, and you should be clear about what Mamdani said in relation to policing in New York and Israel.
How we got here was Jillian very perfectly pointed out that we should not use identity politics to get here, and immediately we went to the state of Israel.
No, I'm sorry. The state of Israel is not identity politics. That is a foreign government that is engaged in genocide and war crimes, and we're allowed to criticize that without you pulling identity politics into this. It is utterly unrelated. And Mamdani, by the way, he was not asked about 9/11 and just randomly decided to drag his aunt into this. He's talking about Islamophobia specifically, in a context in which he is under relentless Islamophobic attacks, including by Andrew Cuomo. And in that context, he brought up the story of his aunt and the fear that she felt living in New York City. That is a legitimate part of the conversation. And you pretending that this was comments about him having disregard for the real victims of 9/11 who actually died on that day is such dishonest smearing against him. And I'll say, all the references that Mamdani has made in reference to policing and the IDF is simply pointing out factually that there is collaboration there.
I go to New York a lot. I love New York. And there's no doubt to me that what he has said on the record, Mamdani, about the NYPD is deeply offensive to a lot of New Yorkers. And there's no getting away from that. Him saying that about the NYPD, we have to make it clear, when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF. That is a really insensitive thing to say. That is a reference to
an actual program where New York City police go to Israel at the time of the ADL or in collaboration with programs through the ADL so they can train with the Israeli police and the Israeli military. An apartheid repressive state should not be training American police. And yes, some of those brutal tactics do come back to the United States and impact Americans. So simply pointing a factual statement about the fact that there is a problematic program there of collaboration, I think is fair. I think pointing out, frankly, it seems like a statement that should not even be in dispute or question. I don't know what the controversy is. Statistics in America show consistently that brown people and black people are stopped by police more frequently. So saying that there's a racism problem, that's not an indictment of policing altogether. That's simply pointing out that there are problems that need to be fixed. You're never going to address these problems if you're quick to mention them.
Omar, he's not saying that there is some racism. He said the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to hashtag defund the NYPD. Those are his words in June 2020. Now, he may want to have a revisionist view of his own words. He may have reined back on some of those words, but those words exist in a post he made on social media. That was his belief. He didn't just say some of the NYPD were racist or homophobic or a threat to public safety. He said the NYPD itself, in totality, was. And again, if you live in New York and you rely on the NYPD to police your streets, or if you work in the NYPD, that is an incredibly insensitive and deflammatory thing to say. Let me get straight to the point. Gold is up by around 40% this year. That's not speculation, that's reality. And if some of your savings aren't diversified into gold, you're missing the boat. Here's the facts. Inflation is still too high. The US dollar is still too weak. And the government's debt is insurmountable. That's why central banks are flocking to gold and driving prices to record highs. It's not too late to get involved. Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, to 989-898 and claim your free info kit. There's no obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has been a safe haven for millennia. What other investment can say that? Text PEERS to 989-898 to claim your free info kit on gold. That's PEERS to 989-898. Protect your future with Birch Gold.
Yeah. They can call me what they want. I got darkness in my soul. All my people hold it down, and the echoes call my name. Yeah, they try to test me, try to get the best me. Got a lot of people around, and they try to ride the wave. Your shade, I see them shadows trying to play the game. But I rise higher than they ever thought. No shame. Your shade, I see them shadows trying to play the game. But I rise higher than they ever thought. No shame. And it's funny how the tables turn. Everything I got is what I earned. Took my time and now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. Yeah, they don't know. Yeah, I came from the trenches. The hard like many relentless. Can't put my back to the fences. Can't let them get to my senses. They can call me what they want. I got darkness in my soul. All my people hold it down, and the echoes call my name.
Jersey Mike's freshly slices it right in front of you, the authentic Jersey way. You can't fake that. And look, you can fake a lot of stuff these days. You can fake my outfit, but you can't fake freshly sliced turkey. You can fake these haunches, but you can't fake freshly sizzled bacon. Nay, you just can't fake a freshly sliced Jersey sub. It's nice to be back in my real body. Number 13, please. Made the authentic Jersey way since 1956. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
If you're not running for office and you're speaking in a hyperbolic way on social media, that's one thing. No, I think
Well,
sometimes
no, your
people can see
views are one
popularity
thing.
when they're-
I don't buy into that, Omar. Omar, I don't buy into that. I'm sorry. It shouldn't make any difference.
You don't
your
think that when you're
opinions,
running for office
whether
and you
you're
get
a
an opportunity
civilian.
to phrase yourself more eloquently, that doesn't count?
Hang on. No, sorry. I think what counts is what you honestly believe in any given moment. He clearly believed that, or he wouldn't have posted it. The idea that when you run for office, suddenly you change all your opinions, I don't buy that. I actually like to judge politicians on what they have previously said when they were civilians, because it's often more enlightening about what they really think about things. And if I was in the NYPD, I'd be very concerned about Mamdani, given what he said publicly about the NYPD. And I don't think that's intellectually dishonest. I think it's assessing what Mamdani said in real time as his honestly held belief about the New York Police Department. So there are things that, look, like I say, he's charismatic. He's clearly very popular, notably amongst young Jews in New York. I think that's really interesting. He's likely to be the mayor of New York City, but he thoroughly deserves proper scrutiny of what his views have been. And I think his views about the NYPD are inflammatory. And, he's got to address that. I just hold fire, panel, for a moment. I want to bring in now a Florida congressman, Randy Fine. Randy Fine, welcome to Uncensored. What is your view of Mamdani? I think you want him deported, is that right?
I do. Look, I think Mamdani lied in his naturalization application. He did not share he was a member of DSA. He did not share his affiliation and his love for the 5 Muslim terrorists. And I think that was dishonest, and I don't think he should be a citizen. I think that needs to be investigated, as we need to do for many people who've come in over the last 30 years. One of the most fascinating things about this election in New York is Mamdani is losing overwhelmingly among those who were born in the United States. His only chance of becoming mayor is because of those who grew up with values other than being American. And I think that's something that should alarm everyone.
But the way you phrase that, if I can pick you up on that, what do you mean? I mean, you have to be born in America to be an American. Is that your position?
No, but by the way, there's a reason the framers of our Constitution said that to be president of the United States, you had to be born here. There is something about growing up here, going through your childhood, being inculcated with American values, becoming part of that melting pot that made America great. When my family came here over 100 years ago, they came here because they loved America, not because they wanted to change it. They wanted to become part of the American social fabric. But what you see in New York is people who have come here not to become part of America, but to change America. And there's nothing wrong with America, and there's nothing that fundamentally needs to be changed. This is the greatest country in the history of the world, and we have too many people coming here who do not believe that, starting with Mamdani himself.
You said yesterday that Cenk Uygur, one of our panelists today, is an invader. What did you mean by that?
I think it's a great example. I actually talked in that post about Mamdani. I talked about Ilhan Omar. I talked about the gentleman you recognize. These are all wealthy foreigners who moved to the United States and then constantly talk about how bad it is. He made a post saying I should be deported to Israel, that I have dual loyalty. My family's from America. I was born here. My parents were born here. Most of my grandparents were born here. My relatives that came here over 100 years ago came because they were desperate to be part of the greatest country in the history of the world. They did not come and then go on constantly about how bad it is and about how terrible it is and about how things need to change. If folks want to come to America, they should love it, they should share its values, and they should want to add value immediately. And far too many people who are coming do not share those values, and I believe it is a threat. The barbarians are no longer at the gate, they are now inside.
Wow. So you're calling Cenk Uygur a barbarian? Well, given he's here, let me bring him into this. Cenk, what is your response to that?
Yeah, no, I don't mind, because I agree that there are barbarians inside the gate, and that's Randy Fine. Randy Fine is a sick terrorist sympathizer. In fact, if he wants America to do terrorism on Israel's behalf, he has said we should nuke Gaza. That's killing millions of innocent children and human beings and civilians, but he doesn't care. He only cares about Israeli lives. By the way, the Israelis have murdered now nearly a dozen Americans in the West Bank. No accountability from our government, and people like Randy Fine say we owe Israel a genocide. We owe Israel $300 billion. We owe them no accountability at all when they kill American citizens. They had a pervert Israeli government official that came here in Vegas and try to rape our children, and we let them go? That's insane. Randy Fine, are you asking for the sick Israeli government to return the pedophile so he could face justice here? No, Randy Fine represents Israel, not America. Everybody knows that. He also said we should starve all the Gazans. So he's right. There's a sickness inside our government. AIPAC and the Israeli lobby have given to 90% of Congress. They've given him $500,000, and that was a giant waste because he works for Israel already. So, Randy, we're all sick of your terrorist sympathies towards Israel. They have committed 75 October 7th. Their civilian kill ratio is 83%. Worse than Hamas, worse than any terrorist organization. They have murdered 256 journalists, more than all other conflicts combined. They murdered 104 people today, including 46 children. They burned them alive. And we're sick of Israeli terrorism, and we're sick of people like you forcing good Americans. I love this country. I didn't come here to be an occupied territory of Israel. I came here because I love America and the freedom and the equality and the justice that comes with it. If you think your grandparents who came here were not loyal to America, that's your business. But no, most of the people that come here come because we absolutely love this country and not Israel. Why don't you go to the Knesset, brother? Everybody knows you love Israel and you despise Palestinians and you love Israeli terrorism. Why don't you move to Tel Aviv already?
Okay. All right, Jake. Let Randy Fine respond. Randy.
Well, thank you, Piers, and thank you for the surprise debate. I actually enjoy that. Look, there's a concept in Islam called taqiyya where you're allowed to lie in advance of your political views. And you just got a great crash course. All of those things were nonsense. But the notion that I am more loyal to Israel than I am the United States is part of it. Israel is fighting a war of civilization on our behalf. The reason we need a Jewish state of Israel is because of the Muslims that surround it. And so I stand with Israel because I believe Israel is fighting the same fight that we have here in the United States, the same fight that people like Mandami and Cenk, wealthy Muslims who move here in order to change the complex and the nature of our country, are going to do it. And I won't apologize for that. I am very proud of my views. I'm very proud of my faith. I'm proud to be the first member of Congress in the history of the United States to wear a yarmulke, which you may be able to see on my head. And I know that drives them crazy because we're not supposed to do that. But they gave me the nickname the Hebrew Hammer for a reason, and I'm not going to be afraid to use it.
This e-bike turns every car into a truck. In the past, I've avoided investing money in a nice bike since I didn't own a truck and wanted to be able to take my bike out of town. Then I discovered the XP Lite from Lectric. It folds in half and can fit in most trunks. You can take this bike anywhere. No bike rack or truck bed needed. If you love exploring the outdoors, you need to check out Lectric e-bikes today.
NetCredit is here to say yes to a personal loan or line of credit, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. Go to netcredit.com. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
But Randy Fine, when you said I don't give a shit, hang on, Cenk. Randy Fine, when you said I don't give a shit about Gazans, were you proud of that statement?
Well, I think the context there is Gaza attacked Israel on October 7th. Of the thousands of people who streamed across the border to kill every man, woman, and child that they could, many of them, thousands of them, were not, quote unquote, card-carrying members of Hamas. And so when you start a war and you are losing the war, if you do not like what that is doing to you, then you surrender in that war. Gaza chose to be the enemy. Gaza chose to attack Western civilization. And no, I didn't care what happened. It was my view that if they didn't like it, they needed to surrender. Something, by the way, they still haven't done, because yesterday the Gazans killed another IDF soldier in a place that even under the peace deal, they are allowed to. I don't care historically about the Germans.
Randy Fine, I've not had actually any guest. I have to be honest here. I've not had any guest who has used the phrase Gazans rather than Hamas, given it was specifically Hamas that perpetrated the appalling terror attacks on October the 7th. It is Hamas that has the governmental power still in Gaza. It's not the Gazan people. It's not the civilian population. So why are you deliberately conflating Gazans in totality with Hamas when Hamas numbers maybe 40, 50,000 maximum out of 2 million? Data brokers track everything you do online. They sell your personal data to advertisers, scammers, potential employers, insurance companies, and basically anyone who's willing to buy it. Many are now deliberately making it harder to opt out. That's why I use ExpressVPN. It hides your IP address and reroutes all of your online traffic through secure, encrypted servers, which stops data brokers and hackers from tracking you. US customers can also use Identity Defender, which requests the deletion of your data from their records, alerts you if your information is used, and even provides identity theft insurance. ExpressVPN is trusted by millions and works on laptops, phones, tablets, TVs, and more. I use it, and you should too. Right now, get an extra 4 months of ExpressVPN for free. Just scan the QR code on the screen or go to expressvpn.com/peers and get 4 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/peers.
Peers? Because that is a propaganda lie. I'll give you 2 points. Number one, thousands of the people who streamed across the border on October 7th were not members of Hamas. That has been well established. Thousands of people came across the border who were so-called civilians. And second, polling just came out today. That said if an election were held in Gaza today, Hamas would win overwhelmingly. Does that mean every Gazan supports Hamas? No, it does not. But to try to differentiate the two attempts to imply that some small percentage of Gazans support or like Hamas, that is not what the data suggests, and we should not allow us to say these two are completely different, Gazans and Hamas, because they are not.
All right, so Randy, fine. So when, for example, the United States, along with my country, the United Kingdom, and others, waged what many believe to have been an illegal war against Iraq in 2003, with the catastrophic consequences of 1 million deaths, the rise of ISIS, and so on. Is your position then that in that circumstance, every single civilian American is equally culpable to the military that waged that illegal war, and therefore any repercussions against any Americans on mainland America would be justified? Because that's what you're saying.
No, it's not what I'm saying, but I would note in the war that Israel has fought against Gaza, the percentage of civilians who have died versus the percentage of combatants is far lower than we saw in that war. Yet the outrage perpetrated against Israel in a war where almost 1,000 IDF soldiers have died in order to minimize the casualties in Gaza. If Israel had wanted to wipe Gaza off the map, it could have done that. But it didn't because it wanted to minimize the death that was over there. The only difference between Gaza and Israel is Israel has the capability to do what it is accused of and chooses not to. Gaza does not have the capability to execute the genocide that it wants to because Israel stops it. That is the fundamental difference between the two sides.
All right, check the final response before we let Randy Fine go.
Yeah, so as you've seen, he's constantly referring to the Muslims that surround Israel. They're the real problem. It's open bigotry. He's not even hiding it. And then he'll go and hide behind the human shields of good, innocent Jewish Americans and say, oh, no, if you criticize Israel, you're actually criticizing Jewish Americans, which no one did. It's the dirtiest trick in the using the anti-Semitism card to protect his form of terrorism that he supports, which Jewish Americans do not support. And so he says it's okay to kill the Gazans, which is collective punishment. He's not only said to nuke them and starve them, but he just said it right here on this air. He's a deeply sick man who wants to put a moral stain on this country by forcing us to fund the genocide of the Palestinians. They've already done 75 October 7th, but it's never enough murder for Randy Fine. They've already killed a stadium full. Imagine 20,000 murdered children lit on fire, their heads exploded. Israel did all of that. And Randy Fine is saying it's not enough. Americans, go work another shift because you got to send Israel more money to kill more Palestinian children and put that on America's soul. Don't listen to this guy. He doesn't believe in America. His whole point is to make sure that we fund his beloved Israel and their sick, disgusting terrorism.
Call me a dirty
Israel
Jew.
is the largest terrorist entity. Nobody said that. You're the only one who says it. You're the sick, disgusting Muslim bigot. No one wants anti-Semitism. The only person who wants anti-Semitism is you, because you want to hide behind it. You bring up your yarmulke when no one else did. No one minds your yarmulke, except you brought it up as if like you're some sort of victim. You're the one who wants to nuke over a million people. You're not a victim. You're a disgusting terrorist sympathizer.
Like you.
And you should not be inside the United States Congress. You're a stain on this country.
And all of your fellow invaders
you are trying to occupy America, so will you steal our money
I was born here.
to send money over to Israel to steal Palestinian and Arab and Muslim land? And on top of that, here's one thing that's important is pro-Israel people like Randy Fine have spread hatred and fear of Muslims in this country my entire life. They have tried to get everyone to hate Muslims so that they could say, oh, look, now that Israel is defending Western civilization. You should murder all the Muslims and you should let Israel take all of their land because we are defending Western civilization. And then they have the audacity to complain about anti-Semitism.
Do you mind if I make one closing remark?
They are the biggest bigots in the country. This is a literally for mass murder.
Randy. Okay, I just want to make it clear to viewers before you. Randy, I'll give you one final response because, to be fair to you, you did not know you would be engaging in a wider debate with other panelists. I decided to bring Cenk in because you called him a barbarian invading the United States. I think if you do have about a panel member, they're entitled to respond. He's now obviously responded angrily and passionately to you. I'll give you one last word back, and then we're going to move back to the panel.
I would note I did not do that on the show. You could have warned me in advance. But again, I don't mind having the debate. I would note this. If Islamophobia was the big issue that Cenk makes it out to be, Mamdani would not have had to lie and make up an aunt that did not exist, who was not in the United States, dealing with so-called Islamophobia after 9/11. If the problem was real, the stories would be endemic and they would be everywhere. So people need to not believe the nonsense. The fact of the matter is, if you hear someone yell Allahu Akbar walking down the street, you're probably going to take cover. Fear of Islam is rational. Doesn't mean all Muslims are bad, they are not. But this concern that many Americans have and that they have in your home country, it is real. And I thank you for having me on your show today. Happy to come back anytime.
Pussifer Live.
I'm standing on the edge of forever.
The Normal Isn't Tour. Friday, May 8th, Theater of the Clouds. Special guest, Dave Hill. On sale now at Pussifer.com. Pussifer, new album, Normal Isn't, out February 6th.
Helen, why should people join us for the AI Advantage Summit?
Good commercial, isn't
it?
That's the question. It's pretty damn simple. You and I both know AI is a generational opportunity. Whether you're a person right now in a career or you got a business, you have to know how to use it. It's easy to get overwhelmed. So we're doing 2 hours a day, November 6th, 7th, and 8th. And during that time, we're going to bring you the best of the best. People will take it, make it really simple for you, practical, and show you what to do to take your career, or most importantly, your business to the next level. Costs nothing to go. It really will be an added value. And if you've been to our programs before, you know the value. That's it. Click down below, November 6th, 7th, and 8th. Is that right?
Yeah, and you'll leave with a plan, you'll leave with certainty, and we're bringing the best of the best to show you the old way, the new way, and how you could get ahead with AI. November 6th, 7th, and 8th, isn't it time you had the unfair advantage with AI?
That's what it's about. Click below, and we look forward to joining you.
Okay, Randy Fine, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much. We're going to go back to the panel now, who've been waiting patiently there. Gillian Michaels, we can hear the nature of this debate. This has been raging now for not just 2 years. This is a debate that's raged for decades. let's talk big picture about Israel for a moment. There was a flare-up in the last couple of days where it appears that members of Hamas, although they say it was a splinter group and not them, killed several IDF soldiers. As a result, Netanyahu ordered a fresh barrage of bombardment into Gaza. That has now stopped. They're not saying it's the end of the ceasefire. We have the Qatari Prime Minister with an interesting intervention, I think, because they've been obviously pivotal in trying to get this peace process resolved. He said that the deadly attack on Israeli soldiers in Gaza and the strikes in response by Israel were very disappointing and frustrating for us. But he added that's basically a violation by the Palestinian Party, whilst he noted that Hamas claimed it was not communicating with the group that carried out the attack, which I thought was a measured response to this. Crucially, it seems the ceasefire in the big picture is holding. Do you think it can hold, or do you think we're going to see a lot more of this and the thing is going to blow apart?
I speak only as a layman who wants to see the killing stop. This has gone on from what I can glean for thousands of years. It's very complicated. I've listened to experts on both sides. I'm hopeful. My optimism is waning a bit. But I think if we don't hope, then what do we have, right? If you're not fighting for peace, what are you fighting for? I think you've got many of the other Arab nations involved and invested. That's exceptionally encouraging. You have numerous guarantors of this peace deal. But to see already what's going on, it is discouraging and it is alarming. And again, I'm not an expert on this. All I can tell you is I want people to stop dying. And I can acknowledge atrocities committed on both sides. And that's where I stand on it. I want it to stop.
Okay, Omar, I mean, isn't that, as an overview of here, something we should all share and embrace?
I mean, I would dispute the idea that this has been going on for thousands of years. This is a way to just say, oh, this is a conflict between Muslims and Jews and whatever, and it goes back. The truth of the matter is we are dealing with a very modern problem. The modern state of Israel is ruling over all of Palestine, imposing a system of apartheid, denying Palestinians their basic rights. They're putting them under military occupation, where they don't have the right to movement, don't have the right to attend court, don't have the right to vote for the government that rules their lives, and can't move in and out without Israeli permission. It's a system of domination of one people over another, and that is the core problem, and that is precisely why we are in the situation that we're in. Now, of course, atrocities do exist on both sides, there's no denying it, but we have to be clear about the fact that it is only when there's Palestinian violence towards Israel do we talk about this as a controversy, as a breaking of a ceasefire. We have to note about the fact that since the beginning of the ceasefire before this attack, Israel had killed more than 100 Palestinians in Gaza. And yet you did not hear anybody talking about that as a violation of the ceasefire. That includes a bus full of children who are looking for shelter, with their parents driving around looking for someplace to be, and those children get killed and nobody bats an eye. But the second that there's an unknown attack on an Israeli soldier, then we talk about this as a violation of the ceasefire, and Israel's going to explode and retaliate by murdering another 100 people, half of them children. I mean, we just have a completely lopsided way of looking at this, where Palestinian life is considered dispensable. It doesn't count for anything. Israel can murder them left and right, but only when there's violence towards, in this case, Israeli soldiers who are occupying forces in Gaza. That somehow becomes a point of tension and attention. Okay. We start talking about which party is responsible for a ceasefire violation. It's entirely silly, and it misses the point underneath. Just last point, Piers, there is no ceasefire. What there is pressure from the United States administration on Israel to scale back the genocide, so that instead of killing 100 people a day, now they're killing 100 people every couple of weeks. That's the rate at which we're going, but there's still a dynamic in which there's an effort to get rid of Palestinians, and there's no prospect for Palestinians to be a free people who rule themselves in Palestine, and that means that this problem is going to continue.
Is this on air? No, but it's being recorded.
Talk to me.
I'm not a rich man. I'm a poor man. And that never bothered me. But these people betrayed me. These people who were in common folk, give them a taste of the American dream and then spit them right out. I hear you, Tony. I'm a man that's fighting for everything that he owns, sir. And I'm not going to be intimidated nor humiliated by anyone. I want a written agreement. I want my debt forgiven. I want an apology. And I want to walk out of here a free man.
Ready to win big with Zinn? In the Win with Zinn sweepstakes, you could win $100,000 or one of 5,000 premium prizes. How would you spend $100,000? Enter now and you could find out. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Okay, Katie Miller, I think it's now been confirmed that one IDF soldier died. I think initially reported it was 2. But either way, when you have the Qatari Prime Minister, they've been acting as mediators with this, when you have them confirming it was basically a violation by the Palestinian Party, Hamas, then they're acknowledging, even in the Arab world, that this latest flare-up was precipitated by the death of an IDF soldier. Now, people can argue about the scale of the response from Israel, but thankfully it has already stopped. Well, you can shake your head, but I mean, the reality is they responded to the death of one of their soldiers. We may not like the scale of it, but that's what they responded to in this particular flare-up. The more important thing for me, Katie Miller,
by
is
killing
that
bystanders,
both
that's
sides
not a
at the
response.
moment.
Killing a third party is not a response to this.
Well, like I say, you may not like the scale of the
They
response.
murdered
but it is a
children
response
because one of their
to-
SS soldiers was killed. And it wasn't even by Hamas. Are you kidding me, Piers? So they're occupying 53% of Gaza right now. So shouldn't they get the hell out of Gaza? So one of their SS soldiers gets killed, and we're supposed to shed a tear for the occupiers? In reality, they murdered 46 children. They murdered 46 children today, Piers. I can't stand the terrorism of Israel.
Yeah, but you know what, Jake? When you call the IDF SS soldiers and you compare them directly to the Nazis, and you know they're Jewish, I'm not Jewish, and
So
I find that horrible.
So no. Israel does. Hold on. Let me explain. So Israel does not get a pass on committing another genocide because Jewish people suffered the Holocaust. What
And
happened
you
in the
don't get a
Holocaust
pass.
was
You don't get a pass
disgusting.
for calling
It was
them
horrible. Hold on. So
You better
what
check
happened
your
in the
citizenship
Holocaust,
application
and
with everything with
all the pogroms were disgusting.
just like Ilhan
That
Omar
doesn't
coming
mean
in.
that Israel, pretending to represent Jews across the world, gets to commit another genocide upon a totally innocent people and collective punishment and
people,
murdering
what was
children
October
over and
7th?
over again and go, I get to do it. I get to do a genocide.
All
You
right,
don't
I
get
would
to
like-
do a
all right.
genocide. There is
All
no
right,
damn
Jake.
guilt-free
You know what I get to
genocide.
do? All right, Chen. What I get to do is invite every member of the panel to speak fairly and openly. And my question was directed to Katie. I mean, Katie, look, from my point of view,
You asked me about the SS soldiers.
anyone.
And they are. They're
Well,
committing
please
genocide.
let Katie speak.
60% of the kids they
Let
kill have
Katie
sniper
speak.
shots to the head or chest. They're literal terrorists.
Let Katie Miller speak. Chen, let Katie speak. Katie.
I will just say this, Piers, this is my last time on this program. If you're going to invite open anti-Semitics to participate on your platform and not call it out for what it is, which is anti-Semitism,
I literally just called it out. I just called it out.
That's my point. If you're inviting him back, giving him the air,
what more do you want me to do?
Do his hatred toward people like myself, toward people like my children, toward people like my family, and again, not debate the merits of the argument.
But
use
what said your family? What kind of lunatic are you?
In the last segment with Rep. Randy Fine, what you said was he had said the word Muslim. He never once said the word Muslim. You immediately turned it to identity politics,
Yes, he did.
which are completely more than identity politics.
He did say the word Muslim. He did say Muslim. He did. I heard him. He did say it.
What you're doing by comparing the SS and the IDF is once again saying that the Israeli state, you're coding it for just saying Jews. You're saying that October 7th and what happened afterwards was not a warranted response. Let's not forget that there are suicide bombers that came from Gaza near daily into Israel.
Let her finish her point. Then you can
forget.
respond.
Let's not forget. Who held Israeli hostages? Was that all Hamas? No, that was also Gazan civilians. Why can't they find and return all of the bodies of the hostages? Why? We saw on video yesterday from an IDF drone that a body was recovered and
Because
then
Israel was
reburied.
genociding Gaza, and you can't keep track of what's going on in Gaza when it's under relentless bombardment from the north to the south. I mean, it's incredible. We're looking at a dynamic in which literally Israeli soldiers are shooting children in the head.
Who held the
Snipers are
Israeli
doing it.
hostages? Were they all Hamas? Or were some Gazans?
I would like to ask Katie, let me ask you a question. The thing I found offensive of what Randy Fine said, amongst other things actually, his particular statement in which he repeatedly referred to Gazans, not Hamas. I don't think that helps anybody in this debate. Hamas, we know what they are. They're an armed military and political power in Gaza. They do not represent every Gazan. And to try and constantly call the people that perpetrated October the 7th Gazans, I think it's wrong. Okay, good. Because I think it's wrong. In the same way I find it offensive when Cenk says, the IDF or the SS, I find that incredibly offensive, particularly given that they're Jewish.
Why? Are they allowed to genocide? Why is that offensive?
Because you're comparing them directly to the people that waged the Holocaust against the Jewish people.
By the way, you could also call them Turks. You could also call them Ottomans. You could call them Serbs. You could call them members of Pol Pot's campaign. You can call them anything you like. They're all genocides. Now, the Holocaust was even worse. I get that. But at the same time, it is a genocide.
And frankly, when you just simply look at what is left of Gaza, have you seen the footage of it? There's nothing left there. The overall, there's complete and total destruction.
I think what's happening in Gaza is horrific.
And it's admitted to by Israeli leaders themselves. They're saying that they're trying to make Gaza unlivable for Palestinians. They're telling you it's a genocide.
I don't disagree. Omar, I don't disagree. And when I hear people like Smodrich and Ben-Gvir, I think they talk in genocidal language. I've classified it myself as ethnic cleansing. They've made no secret that they want to kick all the Palestinians out of Gaza. I think it's disgusting and reprehensible. And when the Israeli government officials we've had on try and pretend that their views don't matter and we should ignore Smodrich and Ben-Gvir, I say why? Why should we? They're senior members of the government, for God's sake. So, as you know, both of you and Cenk both know, I've expressed increasingly critical views about the Israeli government strategy in Gaza all this year. But I prefer not to get into debates about this stuff where you shout over Katie Miller and start calling the IDF the SS. I think it's just unnecessary. Now, going back to Katie Miller, Katie, do you think we're going to get a lasting peace?
Poor little genocide.
All right. Is your name Katie Miller, Cenk? No, it's not. You're not Katie Miller. Katie Miller, do you think we're going to get a lasting peace here or not?
I think we will, because again, this is a centuries-long war, as Jillian has said, that has persisted for many, many years. And for once we have a president who stands up and says, let's be done with this, who brings everyone together, all of the countries in the Middle East, to uphold a peace agreement. And whether that is one IDF soldier being killed or two, and skirmishes, whether that is Palestinians killing themselves after this ceasefire, which we saw in the streets of Gaza, right? Is that all we want to have happen is a lasting peace between Israel and the Palestinians. That is it.
With electric XP Trike 2, 3 wheels means no limits. Turn signals, brake lights, and an upgraded hydraulic brake system for outstanding safety. A vibrant TFT color display and optional cargo racks for incredible convenience. A quiet motor and powerful battery for fantastic range and efficiency. Plus, it's backed by our award-winning customer support, so you can ride with confidence. The XP Trike 2, 3 wheels, no limits.
Isn't lag the worst? Well, with ExpressVPN, say goodbye to higher ping and lag spikes. Gaming with ExpressVPN is a no-brainer. There's ultra-fast VPN servers to handle fast-paced games, access to servers in 105 countries, so you can always find one close to the game server you're playing on, and you're covered on whatever device, whether that's your PC, your console, or your smartphone. Level up with ExpressVPN today.
Okay,
that is
I
utterly clueless.
I want to move on.
I'm sorry, but Katie Miller does not know what she's talking about, because Donald Trump is the most clueless president about this stuff. Sure, he's throwing his weight around trying to make sure that there isn't a ceasefire because he's desperate to get some kind of Nobel Peace Prize for peace or whatever, or portraying himself as the peace president, but he will not do
what's wrong with that?
The minimum that is required for a long and just peace, and that is
Palestinians to be free, and a president who doesn't understand that Palestinians being a free people in their own land is a prerequisite is not going to achieve long-lasting peace.
Would you rather war continue? Would you rather the hostages
No,
still
I'd
be
rather the
in
conflict be solved. I'd rather Israel be isolated diplomatically and militarily and financially until it ends its brutal occupation over Palestinian territory and allows Palestinians to be free. That's how you solve the problem.
No, you keep saying nonsense.
All right, I do think of all the things to attack Donald Trump. All right, of all the things to attack Donald Trump about, him actively trying to wage peace and maybe getting a Nobel Peace Prize seems to me the least problematic thing about Donald Trump. That a Republican American president who actively seeks peace, not war, should be celebrated by everybody, right? So I think this is what I mean about Trump derangement syndrome, and people can't even give him credit. Can't even give him credit for trying to find peace. What's wrong with this?
You can't give him credit. Somebody who funds a genocide and then decides to arbitrarily put a stop to it briefly by putting some pressure on Israel to cut it out, and who basically encourages Israel to bomb Iran, and then 12 days later takes credit for having stopped that war. You can't be the initiator of war and genocide and then try to take credit for being the peace president because you put a stop to your own nonsense. That is not how it works.
Let's be honest, October 7th is what started this.
Palestinians were being killed before.
All right, hang on.
Several hundred Palestinians were killed in 2023 before October 7th.
All right. We are moving on. We're going to move on briefly to a couple of other topics I wanted to mention. Katie, while I got you talking to me, I wanted to mention this is where you and Jake Tapper got into it over the former White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. Let's take a look.
She's quite incompetent to do the job, right? This is what Republicans have been saying for years now, is that she is just another evidence that DEI doesn't work, whether that's in the White House in your press secretary role, or whether that's an air traffic controller, an air pilot, whether that's your doctor. You want to hire the best for the role, not just based on skin color. Jake, why did she get the job over John Kirby?
Well, why are we assuming that she is a black LGBT, gay woman is DEI, but a white woman who is behind the podium right now, which DEI initially started as affirmative action, which was about affirmatively hiring women and minorities. Why is one DEI and the other is not?
Why did she get the job over John Kirby? Because as everyone has said this week, she is woefully
Hello, Kayla. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Interesting day. Interesting trip outside. Hello, Apia. How's it going? Hope I didn't take too long, but it was felt like a pretty quick trip. Holla, holla, holla. Time to have a snack. Polling protesters attack federal reach. Return of the Soros sisters. What the hell? Got a couple of my favorites. Good things. Start with a sandwich.
call your attention to an earth-shattering change that's happening in our society that I know you're aware of. AI. Are you using it?
Hell yeah.
Hello, officer. No donuts to go with the coffee?
Right,
Salam alaikum. How are you?
a lot of people have asked about Saudi babes.
Another YouTuber.
I mean, not really, man.
So we're talking about 9/11. He says the Muslims were not involved in 9/11. You said you were friendly. Okay, another day. Another town in England. So we're going to have a look here. In Burton-on-Trent. Burton-upon-Trent. It's non-stop breweries. The smell of beer, or the processing of beer, is thick in the air. We're going to see. Let's turn the camera around. We're going to see if it's a nice town. It's just near Derby, population of 76,000. We're going to see if it's a nice town, or if it's another post-apocalyptic commie hellhole piece of shit, nasty place. The sign says tourist information that way. So if the place gets tourists, there might be a redeeming feature or two. But we tell it how it is on the Charlie Veach channel. I am, of course, your host, Charlie Veach. A channel that promises you never to use AI slop, never to use CGI. What you see is real reality, real reality, and real consciousness stream of someone who's had enough, absolutely had enough at the state of this supposedly Great Britain. We'll see. We'll see. So far, it's not looking hopeful, but I'm yet to find the town centre, so we will. Together. We're here at Wiley Mews, and you can tell that they got a good price on red brick back in the day. Now you may be scratching your head going, Burton, I know Burton, I've read Burton on the side of a bottle. Now the amount of breweries here, that if you're drinking a Spanish or Dutch or Japanese beer, it's very likely that it was brewed here in Burton-upon-Trent. And upon what? Upon the River Trent, just to the west of us. Along the same river, you've got Stoke-on-Trent, one of the shittest, holest places I've ever visited. So I'm praying. I'm literally crossing my testicles, hoping that there might be some life and hope here in Burton-upon-Trent. Or maybe the entire River Trent is just hellhole after hellhole. We shall see. And as I say, we'll do it together. Like, this is live, no AI slop. And my reactions are genuine because I've never been here. I've no idea about this town. No idea what we're in for. And again, like any other town, maybe the Germans bombed the shit out of it, but the architects should all be sacked.
Someone said Tommy went to Seattle tonight. So he might be live streaming there. I haven't checked yet. I just got back from the store.
We've got police up ahead. We'll keep filming. There's police. Not a good sign when you first get to a town. And there's police in the city centre. But for my international audience, for my Yanks, my Kiwis, my Aussies, my Canados, my Maple Leafs, it's not all Buckingham Palaces and red phone boxes. It's not all cups of tea and Victorian ladies and gentlemen. A lot of Britain is actually hell. We shall see. Miniature female cop. Good for delivering bad news, I guess. Not so good for hunting down a 6'7" strong-backed Congolese criminal, or any other nationality of criminal. But there's an image of Britain. Police outside the McDonald's next to a cheap and nasty casino. Slots. Now the Americans are scratching their heads because there you've got designated gambling areas because that's the American way. But here in Britain, you can literally have...
It's even better because they gave me a $1 off coupon on this bad boy.
Gamble and get a double cheeseburger, all in the same building. Here I was hoping for my first arrest of an inner city crazy person, but the policeman is at the self-serve McDonald's thing. He's ordering himself some donuts and coffee. Hello, mate. How are you? Are you a genuine Burtonian?
Well, I don't know shoot.
All right. Cut.
You don't know who he is?
You don't know who I am?
Charles V.
I am the big Charles V.
All right.
Literally the tall Charles V. So within seconds, two very nice people with good taste. I hope you're subscribed to the YouTube.
I am, yeah.
Look at that. Picture for your husband. What's his name?
Andrew.
Andrew. My granddad and my uncle are all named Andrew. St. Andrew's Scottish. There you go. The view along that way.
AI is transforming customer service, and the leader is Finn. We win in all the benchmarks and the bake-offs, and we're number one.
St. Andrew.
I'm sure in the sunshine it might be less depressing. So in today's scary illegal migrant demoralization story, which is almost not even daily, hourly, about 15 miles from here to the north in a town called Derby. Everyone's heard of Derby. A Somali illegal migrant got frustrated because he was going to be deported. So he ran into his nearest bank. There was a man waiting in the queue to do some banking services. His name was Gurvinder Singh, so probably a Sikh, and we like the Sikhs. Sikhs have got a beautiful culture. So what did our Somali angry migrant do with his zero impulse control and his frustration? Yeah, you guessed it right. He pulled out a massive knife and stabbed him to death, and then walked away. He's just been sentenced to a minimum of 25 years in jail. Now, why he's not on the first airplane back to Buttfuckistan, I don't know. Because now the taxpayer,
only
we're going to
25
spend
years for killing someone?
tens of thousands every year to house him in the jail. Why was he even here? Since yesterday's atrocity of the mass stabbing in broad daylight, where a man, an Englishman, walking his dog, his name was Wayne, he tried to save some people. He said to the Afghan stabber, another happy foreigner in Great Britain, he said, "Sir, why are you stabbing these innocent people?" And for his trouble with his Cocker Spaniel walking his dog, he got viciously stabbed to death in broad daylight. And we remember him. Condolences to his family. And again, why was that guy even here? Now, just like my viewers, I cannot wait for the next savage atrocity of people who shouldn't even be here against the local population of English, Scottish, Welsh, and Northern Irish people. It's also demoralizing. It's a mixture of a Monty Python sketch, a Black Mirror episode, and a new horror series on Apple TV. What you got? And here we got the shutdowns, market halt. Not even the market traders can survive the sudden rot that Britain has become. And no, we've not forgotten about the 27-year-old English lady working in a migrant hotel, stabbed to death with a screwdriver just a few days ago. Or the man was convicted just a few days ago. Unlike Axel Rudabadugu, the Southport little girl massacrer, that guy was equally scary looking, like real dead eyes, like, what is this thing? What is that? Next to the Primark post-apocalyptic wonder, this piece of shit, you've got Anno Domini 1593. That's not long after Christopher Columbus discovered North America. I think it was the same guy, old Italian Colombo, Cristofero, Cristo. He also discovered Jamaica, and condolences to the dozens of people just killed in Jamaica when that Category 5 hurricane swept through. How's it going with the Superman cape? Superheroes of Burton-upon-Trent. Yeah, the poor Jamaicans, man. That would have put out their spliffs. It would have ruined the marijuana plantations. The Istanbul Barber, of course. And yeah, I might complain about the state of modern Britain and how it looks. And it is looking pretty shabby. But we don't really have hurricanes here in the UK. More police. I know he's got his Maccas. Turns out he wasn't getting coffee and donuts, just a coffee. Hello, officer. No donuts to go with the coffee? No, just a couple. Fair enough. Poor guy. He also looked particularly nice balaclava there, bro. He also looked fully jaded by his role here. He probably wakes up every day and goes, what am I policing? What am I even doing here? Now, what I've discovered, Burton seems to be one of these places without an actual town centre. There seems to be no place to congregate and start a riot or have a music concert or watch the fireworks. It's just 1960s modernist pedestrian hell. I think I'm back to where I started. Yeah, there's the McDonald's. Here you've got the Constitutional Club. You can see some evidence of the Victorian era as you walk around. But in true horror movie post-apocalypse, it's all shut down, empty, curtains drawn, windows filthy, bricks tatty. Sure, the solicitors are doing a good job defending all the alleged criminals. That's what they do. And that building there from
Allegedly.
He not only did he have those dirty white sneakers that he wore, but he also had they weren't flip flops, they were like those shoes you slip on, like shower type shoes or like the open toed sandal. And that was, I think that was the
Newspayer! There you go, newspayer. Let's watch the newspayer. Pumping hard, pumping hard, pumping hard, pumping hard, pumping hard. A real man. Pumping hard, pumping hard, pumping hard. Benching crump, benching crump. Get the juices.
That is an act of violence.
Down Alabama shitway. Ali Fucker Torah. Don't worry, shitway. When you least expect it, expect it. No, Makar. It's a tickle monster here. Kibosh! Tickle monster, tickle monster. Tickle monster, tickle monster. Tickle monster. Oh, you tickle, the less you monster. The more you monster, the less you tickle.
It's time for the Uncle Rico Show. It's time for the Uncle Rico Show. So joke us, cause here we go.
Look at that. Really low there. Fucking hell.
Wow, what an intro. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your world famous Uncle Rico show with your world famous Uncle Rico host. You know Anthony Zenhauser, you know Mr. Mike Morse. Of course, you know Miss Lucy Tightbox that joins us every Thursday. Tightbox Thursdays, as we all love them. And a special guest tonight. He's not Discount Don, he's Producer Don, ladies and gentlemen, joining us. This is the gentleman that worked with John and Royce back in the day on the podcast, was a producer. What the hell is that sound?
A motorcycle.
Wow, that's loud.
It is very loud.
That was almost a scary.
Huge penis.
Yeah. Lucy always thinks that. By the way.
I heard it and I thought, oh, hopefully that didn't come through.
No, all good. It was almost as frightening as the John Halloween haunted intro.
That was fantastic, by the way.
Yes. Shout out to Mars putting that together. Fantastic. I saw Don. You were enjoying the songs in the countdown. That was fun seeing your reaction to it. I gotta be honest.
My favorite were the gnarled fingers playing the piano. And then that animated puppet at the end was just brilliant.
Oh, I mean, it's identical to the real puppet, Don. It's right here.
That's beautiful.
I don't have the thing in the back hooked up, but it spits water. It drools water. Look at it, how he looks exactly like the puppet.
Pretty good bird. Can you believe this guy's suing us?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What a poor sport. Wow. Okay, so thank you first of all for doing this, guys. Do me a favor. There's about coming up on 900 here. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit notify. I was talking about this earlier. You know, when you did your AMA on Reddit, the Dabbleverse was really just starting out, right? And so we've had so many years now, people studying, watching, so much content that John has provided. And now, I think there's so many more questions people have that maybe you were there for or could shed some light on or are familiar with. So I think it's going to be great to revisit this, and I'm excited. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit notify, all that good stuff. Get yourself a membership. We got a ton of stuff behind the wall. Usually the live stuff goes behind the wall, tier 1. If you get tier 2, you get 3 bonus shows a week. You get access to the Discord, you get archives, all that great stuff. Get it while you can. We're being sued. This could all end tomorrow. This is the guy that's suing us, by the way. And yeah, also supertip.gg/TSN is a great way to help contribute around here. 90% of whatever you put in over there comes here to the house. And you got AI voices, you got regular super chats. And of course, you got gifted memberships here on YouTube. So please turn on accept gifted memberships. I don't know that you've ever heard the AI super tip system, but check this out. This is from Nobody's Business.
Top 10 stuttering John pickup lines. Number 10, you like Bush Light because I don't like a lot of hair down there. Number 9, You must be Bruno Mark because I'd borrow $40 to stick my foot in you. Yeah, number 8. I work out almost every day. I work out of my mother's house. Number 7. Are you a Swiffer closet? Because I was tripping all over myself to get to you. Number 6. Hawk, sorry, pal, Hawk, I. Huh, I didn't, Hawk, I didn't, Hawk, I did it. No, she, Hawk, she was your girlfriend. It's what the top 5 later in the show.
Thank you, Duke. Thank you.
His pickup lines are better than his stand-up.
Yeah. That was. Now I'm starting to think nobody's business is a former Letterman writer, maybe, but that's great.
At least his pickup lines would make people laugh.
You said Jesus Twins were on earlier. I was convinced Lucy was going to be on. Glad she's here now. 23 months of making my day a little better. Thank you, Slaughter Buddy. Yeah, we watched a classic Jesus Twins.
You know what else Don probably hasn't seen?
Go ahead. Guy's an entertainer. We just brought Don on to show him all our stupid shit. We're not even going to get the questions.
The volume of stuff that has been in the Dabbleverse, it's just incredible to me that such a talentless slob has spawned so many talented people and brought so many creative things to life. And that's what I enjoy more than anything, is seeing what people put together. And that's why I keep checking on Reddit every day to see what's out there.
Yeah, I agree. That through the course of doing this show, we've met and are working with so many talented people that are like, not him, but everybody else. No, everybody is just amazing. They're inspired. They're passionate about it. They they can't wait. They can't wait to do the next thing and to put that smirk on that face. Yeah.
And the great thing is, every day he goes on and says, I'm more talented than everybody. And he never does one funny or interesting thing. Meanwhile, like Don said, everybody on camera, off camera, watching, are just miles above him.
Well, so if you have a question for Don, you can do either here on YouTube, you could do it on Super Tip. I would like, Don, are you prepared for STDJ's wrath for turning on him? Hi, Lucy. Oh, hey, Don, both of them.
Oh, hey, Eugene.
He turned on me a long time ago. There was, it's not going to amount to anything.
Right.
I mean, he's stuttering John. What? Nobody takes him seriously, and for good reason.
That's the thing.
So, no, I'm not worried about sharing any information from my past. It was my past too.
Right. You're allowed to talk about your past. Yeah, you're allowed to have opinions that may differ from Stuttering John. Although I don't think he's come full circle with that idea that people are allowed to have different opinions. I have a question for you off the bat. I'm going to be greedy and start because I'm curious about if you were there during the mole phase of the podcast where John was talking about how he had moles at Sirius giving him information.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So he claims now that he said a lot of people
got a nice little house for my kid.
I specifically remember him saying me over and over again that I was his mole publicly on his podcast. I'm curious if he ever talked to you about that privately.
No, never privately. And he never, even off the air, never revealed, honestly who he was still talking to.
Right.
Unless we were trying to get them on the show or calling. Like we called Gary a couple of times and, that went nowhere. Of course, he wasn't going to do the show.
Right.
But, yeah, he always claimed to have that inside information about what was still happening on the show.
So cute.
I never knew exactly where it came from or if it was factual or not.
He seemed to go after JD
yes,
quite hard, and he, by saying I'm his mole feeding him information, I feel like myself and JD were his targets to try and get us fired out of the job, lose our gig. Is there anything that he ever mentioned about that, or you just know, like I do, that he's just a bitter, spiteful fucking guy that would do that because he's not
He
there?
never admitted.
Yeah, gotta decide where I want to put it now. Probably on the floor behind me.
Wanting to, like, he always kept that "I don't care" attitude about, but obviously he cared. But I mean, he was consumed by what was happening at the Stern show, and I think it was because it was still on. I mean, if Leno had stayed on, he would have been consumed by that, maybe both at the same time, or one or the other. But yeah, I mean, he's a jealous, petty person. So anyone out there that he perceives as doing better than him, he's going to take issue with and look for some way to tear them down, or pick at them a little bit. As you well know, I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to start off with those two questions because I had a feeling you were there during that time, and I was just curious if you had ever mentioned anything. Because it's funny that you say he never mentioned off air who his mole was, but he had no problem going on the air and naming people who are his mole.
Right. Well, we're always, Royce and I would ask if, who were you actually talking to? Do you actually have, somebody there? Because Royce wanted whoever it was on the show.
Right, to corroborate what they're saying.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I believe in other universes. I mean like alternate universes. I think that's just a theory. And I'm not sure if I agree with the whole alternate universe theory. I think there's only one universe and one reality.
Just to
I mean, not one universe. I mean, there's more universes, but I think there's only one reality. Yeah, it's got a scratcher thing on the side. Trying to make her I just set it up, so hopefully she likes it.
Another name, another interesting person, something to put out there to the world. After the Trump call, there was really nothing left. A few good guests that jumped on board because of the prank call, and they quickly saw the light of day and weren't going to be involved. And then there was nothing left. Royce was in scramble mode, and that's when they put together that special that they had Billy come on and Jackie come on. Because they couldn't get anything else going. No one was interested in the Stuttering John business.
Anybody have a question before I go to the chat, guys?
I'll take that as a
Maybe
yes.
We'll do a question. and then we'll
I had a
go.
little something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I watched that podcast that he did with Billy and Jackie. I paid for it too. I think it was like $1.99 or something. It was very cheap. Like, and he didn't even sell it well. How big of a pain in the ass was he to work with? Like, what was he like during the whole shoot? Was he a bigger pain in the ass than Billy and Jackie? As far as
Billy and Jackie were not at all a pain in the ass. If anything, I sensed that Billy was a little standoffish, which makes perfect sense to me because he's, of everybody in the building, he was the only person with a still active and successful career. And you could kind of see in his face, maybe, what did I just get myself into? So I felt like he was maybe a little caught off guard or a little skittish.
Was he sandbagged?
No. And Jackie was an absolute gentleman. Every minute that he was there, he was friendly to everyone who talked to him. He made time for his fans. He took photos with people. I mean, he was just generally friendly to everyone. He was a little demanding. I remember Royce, getting his list of wants, his rider, as it were, to come to LA and do a show. X number of times at this hotel and whatever. But when he was there, he was definitely a professional from the moment he got on property until we wound down there. John, on the other hand, Royce had to monitor his drinking very closely. He had a bartender because he had some VIP guests, and
I think she'll learn to like it. I'm probably not gonna keep it there. I'm just gonna set it there for now.
Had a little bartender going, and he was part of the reason she was there was to meter out John's beers because
Literally.
Yeah, it probably smells weird. I gotta get it to smell more normal first for her to like it. It's got a little hole. It's got a thing right here. Yeah, it's got a scratcher thing. I really like that part. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot.
John's beer.
He finishes them and then right away wants another one. So, she had to pretend not to see him, or Royce had to wave it off or something.
I wonder if anyone's. I wonder if it's gonna be a big night tonight for the ice facility or not. I haven't heard anything about it.
Because Royce had so much invested, and as you well know, the more beers you feed John, the more he's going to drink, and that would have just tanked. And for Royce, it was a big investment and a big gamble. That's for sure.
And to that end, did you ever socialize outside the show? Did you guys ever go out to a bar or restaurants or?
Never to a bar or restaurant. I've been to his apartment. We hung around at the arcade at a very, social atmosphere.
Right.
For a while, there were beers, but once it became clear that John was going to abuse them, the beers were gone, and the show got moved from like 3 or 4 in the afternoon to 10 or 11 in the morning. So instead of drunk John, you got hungover John.
Yeah. Maybe I know tomorrow there might be like a bigger presence at the ice facility. I'm just not sure how big it's going to be down there tonight. But it's seems like there will be some people down there since it's the night before Halloween.
I years ago, in what I would call another life, I had been on the road doing stand-up. I started as a Florida comic in Bonkers. Did work for Bonkers and Giggles in the South, Tribble runs, all the normal like up-and-coming stand-up guy. And when I was in LA, I went to an open mic before I knew John, and he was there doing the same exact act. So I already formed my opinion of him before I really knew him.
Right.
And no offense to Howard, I listened to Howard on and off, but I had moved to Florida just around the time he was really blowing up nationally, and I wanted to tune into Florida stations.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I really wasn't
not
paying
surprised.
much attention, and I think that's something that John never cared for. That I knew very little about his history on the Stern. I just knew the highlights or things I might have seen on TV.
It's time for some coffee.
So that was insulting. That was like insulting to him. Wow.
Yeah. Like, I could tell you all about Hank when Hank, the drunken dwarf, was on, because he was hilarious. You wanted to watch and listen to him.
Yeah.
But what John didn't bring much, unless Howard was berating. That I would tune to watch.
I mean, think about it. He doesn't realize this, but it makes sense. He's bringing nothing to the table. He has zero to offer. So his best bet is that you remember his past, that you remember what he did back in the day. Because if you don't know anything about him now, about his past, this is not going to work.
How's everyone's night going? Y'all ready for Halloween? Got your costumes and
that was
everything?
something that Royce definitely fell prey to. He was a Howard Stern fan since childhood. Grew up listening to him in junior high, him and his friends. He had a friend from junior high come out and help set that whole arrangement up. And so they were like two little kids living out their dream. And I get it. But he was very blinded to what was happening. He had a very successful little business going there that he sort of pushed to the back burner in favor of trying to get something going with John and, make himself a player in the entertainment industry. And that's when I lost respect for him.
Gotcha.
Real quick follow-up on the socializing. Did you ever see, even when he was working, or did you ever see him drink anything except beer, alcoholic wine?
I
He's
don't
doing
think
a lot
so.
of orange
He smoked
juice.
some weed off and on, but he would come in. I mean, he drank non-alcoholic. I mean, orange juice. Yeah, he would come in with the orange juice, just like same.
Are we sure it's not? There's nothing in it. That's what I mean.
Oh no, I don't think so. He was, he was just walking in the door from the store at 10 in the morning, 11 in the morning. You could tell still sick from the night before.
If it was 1 in the afternoon, it probably had vodka in it.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this one, he was still just coming back to life.
I had a quick one before we moved too far away from it. I had a bunch of other questions, but I got completely distracted. Will you just kind of give us an idea of what his apartment was like, since you said you went over there?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a very superficial question, but I'm
No, that's all right. It's the now infamous one that was across from the Home Depot.
Okay.
The
Another park.
Yeah, exactly. The complex itself, kind of a standard Los Angeles style apartment, 2 stories. I describe those as sort of looking like a motel. They're not enclosed.
Ewok onesie, hell yeah.
So you go up the stairs, down the hallway.
Bags of
Into
candy
the
for
apartment,
myself.
immediately there was a stairway going up, and his.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I could go for some Twix. Maybe I will do a little trick or treating. I could go for some Twix and some whatever else. And candy prices are, you know what I mean? Might as well just stock up. You know what I mean? I don't think they'll ask my age. Aren't you a little old for this shit?
Art, like those dollar bill things glued to a canvas, and that stuff was on the wall. There was a definite, you could tell there were cats. The smell, the cat smell hit you right away.
Oh, no.
I'm a dog person, not so much of a cat person, so it's one of those things I noticed right away. And it was pungent, there's no question. And clutter is an understatement. Like, just every flat surface was covered in something. Empty cans, empty bottles, empty bags. I didn't go into his kitchen. I definitely didn't want to. It wasn't long after that he invited Royce and I over for dinner, and I was like,
Oh, no.
Absolutely not. No way.
Shit casserole. Let's
And
go.
he was complaining that he had a fly problem. He had flies in his in and around his kitchen. He said, "I'm lord of the flies all of a sudden," you know. And like, this is not a normal people don't have this. But yeah, it was everything that is described and everything that kind of is talked about it is accurate. It wasn't an awful neighborhood. I didn't feel
The Ewok onesie sounds pretty dope, bro.
safe. I would have walked down the street there at night. There were families there. He had his a vehicle, a car at the time, and a motorcycle parked there, but the motorcycle wasn't running.
What kind of car was he driving?
Oh boy, it was a very average, like American sedan. I'm not a big car person, so I wouldn't have, really recorded what I don't know, like a Kia something or just an average like 4-door sedan, run of the mill, not like a BMW or an Audi or whatever he claims to drive these days.
Proud of his living situation. You know how like sometimes you walk into somebody's house and it's disgusting, but they still are like showing everything off to you?
Yes, yes, absolutely. It's the same highlights that will show you the autographed, the jersey, the art, some of the art. I didn't read it all. It looked like there was poetry or something written in with the.
But yeah, it wasn't his dog's diploma from obedience school.
Yeah, it may very well have been. He just acted oblivious to it, as if it was perfectly normal that you would walk into a cesspool in an apartment. Very much like the hoarder people, who aren't ashamed. You see them on that show, and they should be deeply, deeply ashamed, and they're just oblivious to how crazy they live.
Okay, we got a lot of questions, so
wow.
Yeah, a lot of people want to pick your brain here.
Okay.
First off, Tanner says that apartment is 2 blocks from the Pulp Fiction pawn shop.
Wow.
Didn't know that.
I did not know that.
Mark
I'll be
Jerkos,
going
did
back.
any of his family ever stop by, or did he ever talk about his kids or ex-wife?
He did talk about his kids and ex-wife actively. One thing, I remember specifically, he wanted to see if anybody had an old iPhone for his son.
When is it all?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw she was going to do an interview with him or whatever. I definitely won't be watching that one. People act like that guy's interesting or something. That guy's just a weirdo.
All his electronics are hand-me-downs. He did a cancer benefit and bought some fucking broken iPad off of a bar buddy and sent it to somebody dying of cancer.
I saw that. I followed that story. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with him, but
How's it
that was
going,
just a grift, I guess.
How's your day, Lauren?
So he's looking for an older phone to give to his kids?
To give to his kid, yeah. His son had broken or lost his phone and needed to replace it. So we wanted to see if either of us had just an old one like we had traded in and had an old one. And I didn't. Actually, I did, but it was actually physically broken. It was cracked, broken. I brought it just to show him. So
that's all right, that'll work.
Yeah, well, so because he's stuttering John. If you say, "Oh no," or "It's broken," he's going to push back. So rather than argue with him, it's easier to show him the broken phone and say, "Sorry, man, that's all I got."
SJ drinks vodka martinis to take the edge off.
Mhm.
Yeah. Did he ever? Were you with him when he got served arrears and he had to go to court? Child support?
No, I know that I wasn't with him when he got served. I know that he had to go to court and he had a whole legal situation with his ex, and that was a constant back and forth. And I do know that for a while there, I had access to his email and Twitter and some other pieces of social media. I was posting on his behalf.
Right.
Usually what Royce would direct me to post, not anything that he had, because they were just dying, practically dormant accounts, other than the occasional crazy rant. He didn't have much going on. And I remember seeing emails from the California benefits, like you're on, like mental health.
Assistance, right?
Assistance, yes, definitely. And so that public assistance thing, which makes you wonder, which made me wonder immediately, and how did you go from the Leno show to public assistance? Like, I've never been on the Leno show, and also never been on public assistance. This kind of big, you know what I mean? Just
figured something out.
Well, if you got to the Leno show, you'd probably stay in that area. That's the goal, is to kind of keep in that Leno area. And sometimes you might go to the middle a little bit, but then try to get back up a little bit, but going all the way down, that's...
Yeah, I mean, at some point you got to make a stop at Enterprise Rent-A-Car and work there for a stint before you go to assistance.
No, he did not have a worker's spirit. Part of the deal that Royce was helping him get his podcast going was that he was helping Royce move arcade machines. That was part of his business. He rented machines out. He had machines in offices. He would rent them out to parties and events. So sometimes they were in private homes. Sometimes they were in, ballrooms or facilities for these events. And that was one of John's roles, was to go and work the dolly and move arcade machines, physically drag them around. He and a couple other guys that worked for Royce. And, he would come back just exhausted, covered in sweat, beat up, complaining about, the narrow walkway they had, and I had to go up these stairs and all the stuff he had to do. And that was another I used to love, because I spent all my time at Royce's on a computer. I was building things or, so I had the cool air-conditioned comfy job.
What was he making an hour there, do you think?
He was constantly in Royce's pocket, so I couldn't tell you. That was a complaint Royce had.
Never enough.
He was always had his hand out. And they had a joke, he would call himself, he'd say, "Well, I'm your cash cow." Yeah. So, which obviously never.
Mm-hmm.
He's everyone's cash cow.
He's the size of the cow.
He's everyone's cash cow but himself. That seems to be the one hurdle. Dave Valenzuela, what's it like to be on the receiving side of an SJ arm grab and drunken guffaws at his own jokes? Have the nightmares stopped?
It's just like any other obnoxious drunk person that corners you. It's very uncomfortable, but you have the added smell of those white canvas shoes you wear that were absolutely repugnant. And when I actually finally saw the toenails, it all made sense.
And no socks.
These shoes?
Yeah.
No.
Oh no, they were white, but yeah, more or less the same. Yeah, those are checkered bands, but these were just like a white or cream color, but I'm pretty sure they were white when they started out.
Hey Shirley, can we go back to him having his hands in Royce's pocket thing for a second?
Oh,
so
yeah.
do you mean in addition to his pay, like he would get paid
Yeah.
and then be coming back?
He would hit
asking-
Royce up all the time. Hey, do you have some cash, or could I get some money from you? And it was usually before he was going to the bar.
Did Royce
You
ever
ever
say
hit
what
Bob?
amounts he was asking for?
Well, Royce would increasingly would have less and less on him at any given time. So it was kind of like, you know,
John would take whatever was in his
whatever
pocket.
he could get. Definitely,
Yeah.
Did
definitely.
he ever hit you up for money?
No. And I definitely would not have indulged him. But no,
Was
thank you.
kind of because what he does now is he finds people that are his friends. He calls them friends, but what they really do is they just do all the work for him. They give him favors. They
Oh, that was
keep him
Royce.
company. That's Royce. Were you ever in that situation where he was trying to finagle you to do things for him and ask you for things, like kind of like almost like you were working for him?
Oh yeah, for sure. We definitely had to remind him that I don't work for him. I work for Royce, and if Royce said to do a thing, I did the thing because he signed the checks.
That's right.
And that was the way it was. I did help him put together some audition material. I vaguely remember it was for something in Florida, and he was reading ad copy, and I was recording and monitoring the levels and cut something together for him that he was able to send off. Obviously, that bore no fruit either. But that was a little side project that he had, and he always had design, or well, I guess this was in combination with Royce because they wanted to build up the website and build the presence. That logo he uses, that red kind of windy, and it's a distorted, rough draft of one that I was designing right before I left. It was supposed to be a red carpet that kind of also led up into a microphone. Because the plan was he was going to go back out and do like the red carpet questions, assault people, which, as we know, never paid off. So, just before parting ways, that was, a rough, like a 5-minute, hey, Royce, what do you think of this? Is it something I should keep going with? Or, and there it sat. And now, years later, the Dabbleverse emerged, and I'm watching and I'm like, he's still using it. Oh, God.
Crazy.
First draft is perfect for this guy. Hold on, let me get some of these super tip questions for you too. A lot of people checking in. All right.
Don, just post your address and social security number, and I will send you the money I owe you.
Don't fall for that, Don. He's tried that a few times. These are more. This is just Ask Me. I'm hitting on Lucy real quick.
Lucy, I have 2 unopened bottles of Blanton's single barrel, and you have 2. Well, just let me know. I'm willing to make a trade. Scholar!
Is whatever they type come through in the AI Stuttering John voice?
There's tons of voices to choose from, and for the most part, there's some stuff that's censored just because it's YouTube.
Right.
But yeah.
That's the user's super chat.
Yes.
We're hearing
that is-
right out loud and say, excellent. That is
Yes.
it. Yes, that look
Yeah.
at that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, that's a first draft. The rough draft, he was working on something. It wasn't even complete. John's like, perfect, I love it.
Anyone that knows me, I always say, I got to get the first one out. It's going to
Yeah.
be garbage. The first one's always garbage. I got to get it out of my head. And usually while I'm doing it, I think of the better idea.
Right.
And that's just how it works.
I
But
say
this
that
was
about it, so.
garbage that I was doing to get out of my head.
I have one more question for Don.
Go ahead.
Hi,
You
Don.
reckon-
Great insight. Did you used to have a physical reaction when you'd hear John entering a room? Headache, spasms? How did your body react to being in his presence?
It's Jerry Lewis wanted to check in and ask.
It's funny because it was during this period of my life, far and away was the lowest point of my life. Working for Royce wasn't a dream job.
Right.
It was just a better case scenario and a hope that, I might find a way to get my life back on track. I was just surviving and just in a dark, unhappy place. And I had to work through some personal stuff, and I was doing that during that time of my life. So anytime that John came in, it was almost like a gut punch, that I would wonder how I allowed my life to get to the point that it was.
Talk to you later.
No one was impressed that, I'd say, well, I'm producing this Stutter and John podcast. They laughed like I was kidding. They're like, no, really, what are you doing?
Ooh, the Stuttering John?
That's really what I'm doing.
Nobody two-hand shoved you like Elaine and Jerry's. What? Get out of here!
Well, I think John's an inspiration to a lot of people. There's a lot of people who used to be alcoholics in the chat who are now sober from watching
It's
John.
true. Yeah.
As well.
Look what this guy's done. He's
They marked the
changed
date
life.
when they stopped drinking, and a lot of it's due to John. And I'm sure you probably felt at some point you were like, well, I gotta get my shit together and get moving. Yeah.
Yes. I kind of credit that time. That was a definite turning point in my life, actually. And within months after leaving Royce, my life began to take off. And I don't know why I'm going to share this, but when you're taking GPS directions, I used to drive into work. I was doing programming at a company in Hollywood, and I would drive into the parking lot, and just as the directions end, it says, "You've arrived." And I remember feeling like such a sense of relief that I'm like, I really have. But I got away from that disaster.
I love that. Frog, what was your question, buddy?
I wanted to know if Don recognizes these items.
Oh, those cushions from his house?
Yes.
Oh, my.
Damn, that's crazy. Got that coyote. That's what's up, bro. Yeah, damn. Yeah, it's a good dog right there.
His couch cushions, they made into. First of all, he took the furniture that he didn't want to move and threw it out onto the street in L.A. in Canoga Park, which that's a no-no.
Yeah, it's a no-no, but unfortunately a common practice.
Yes, absolutely, especially in Canoga Park. Yeah, I gotta be honest. But so a fan ended up going over there and taking some photos, and wait, you think that's funny? They ended up making a trip to Rochester, where they were prominently displayed under black lights for all attendees of DabbleCon 2 to enjoy, which I don't know if we have any pictures of those, and legally I don't know if we can show them on YouTube, cum stains, but Couch was riddled with them.
It's like he had never heard it, like he still doesn't understand the internet. That everything he does is recorded for all time, that so much of the internet, he calls them trolls, but that's what it's always been about, is people seizing on something and building it into something else. That's been part of the excitement of the internet. Otherwise, it would all still be on AOL. I mean, so how he can put himself publicly out there and then be surprised when people. Now, I'm surprised that somebody went to the effort to go and get that.
Yeah.
But I'm also impressed because, like I said earlier, it's this Dabbleverse of people just pulling out all the stops, all this talent.
And that was a very talented guy named Sheet Shitterson.
Well, look who it is. Sheet Shitterson, the one and only. What's the grossest thing that John ever did? He seems like a guy who wipes once after a deuce and smells like shit the rest of the day. Oh, wait!
Definitely didn't wash his hands after using the bathroom, you could hear.
Damn. Sounds like a good boy. Sounds like he's in his prime right now.
We were in close quarters, so you could definitely hear the piss and the lack of running water afterward. Which, I don't think I ever was in a position to have to shake hands with him. Maybe when I first met him. But I had already had an opinion of him then, and it was very confusing because Royce held him in such high regard. The other, of course, up close and personal, the constant filth and dirt under his nails, which I never understood. And not on the rest of his, like it wasn't like he was a mechanic, like he was coming in covered in grease.
Watching Lucy.
I had an uncle that worked in a print shop when I was a kid, but his whole hands were black from the ink. John just had the filth just under his nails. Like
he's like a coal miner without the coal mine.
It's because he's not washing his hands. That's so disgusting. We look at that. Women look at that because we don't want those fingers near our hoo-has. That's
Could you imagine?
disgusting.
Could you imagine?
There's the Concord finger we designed. Yeah.
That has only gotten worse over the years. That finger is quite impressive. I had to have finger surgery this summer, and that was my first thought is please don't let me end up with a freak hand like John. And I still am doing my physical therapy exercises every day, trying to make sure it doesn't turn into a weird hook.
There's an army.
Thing off if that happens.
Yeah, there's an army of people who get up every day and their main goal is to not be like John. Whether it's drinking, fingers, whatever, their goal is to not be like that guy. James, how quickly did Don realize that we're... Instantly. He said, you let me finish the question. Was there a singular moment or was it a build-up? Great question.
No, there was a little bit of a build-up. He clearly didn't have his act together, but that's not unusual. I'd been knocking around comedy in the entertainment industry. I'd been in LA for a few years at that point. So very few people in the entertainment business really do have their act together. That's one of the things, in my opinion, that separates the people who make it from the people who are always swinging away. A lot of the successful comics I know always had a notebook in their pocket, and they were always pulling out and writing. And that was something I know I was awful. So, you know, when I first met him, I didn't know the whole story, and the way Royce framed it was that it was good. They were helping each other out, and it was going to be great for the business. And it was interesting. You know, I had seen his stand-up, but that's not unusual. I didn't know where he was in his stand-up career. It was awful. But I didn't immediately, you know, judge him poorly until I spent a little bit of time around it, but very little bit of time.
There's nice people that are shitty comics, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not for everyone. And comedy's hard. When you start off, you're lost. It takes a while to figure out, you know, how to make a room full of people laugh. So I didn't know where he was in that process. And now as time has gone on, I've learned that he's nowhere in that process because he declared himself a comic and can't figure out why he's not being headlined around, doing the same old act.
We talked about the genius people that populate the Stelliverse. Here's another one. Who can forget this? Just want to send a message to myself 31 months ago. Don't click that link. Run. You'll never escape. Life will be filled with meaningless sound bites and inside jokes. P.S. Levy's a bitch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who can forget this? Love you, pal. Brilliant. I remember that you were a fan of neither John nor Royce, but what ended that show?
For me, specifically, I'll share my ending. I woke up one morning, and again, very depressed place, and John had tweeted something about his prowess on the show, and I just unloaded. I'm like, there's 3 people on that show was the theme of it.
Right.
And I just, you know, went right to town. Got ready, drove to Royce's, and by the time I got there, Royce was standing at the door. Well, hey man, can't have you going off on the celebrities like that. What if that were AJ Benza? I've laughed about that example for years. Like, what if it was AJ Benza? I mean, I was just as fed up could be, and it felt good to unload. And when we got there, I take that back. You know what? I left out a crucial part of that story. I'm sorry. It was actually the next day Royce was waiting at the door for me. That immediate day, they were waiting to do a show. And they had worked out a plan together to ambush me. And I wasn't going to play. They thought they were going to make good radio. And I told them to go fuck themselves. And they were using my equipment, my board, my computer, my mics, my cables, my time. Fuck it. So I packed it all up, and then Royce was like, well, we'll figure out what to do with you. And then the next morning, that's when Royce was like, yeah, I gotta let you go. Didn't want to let me in the office to get my things.
That's bullshit. You know, it's
I got a breakfast bar in there, Royce. Do you need the breakfast bar? Can I get it for the drive home?
It's like 2 Stern fans trying to do a cosplay of the Stern Show on you.
Yeah, but I just wasn't going. I didn't care about the little show. You know, it wasn't going to be good radio or good podcast. There was no point. And I was so miserable.
How long did they last together after you left?
Just a matter of months, I think. I remember seeing them at the time. They were revamping the space and moving out of where we were recording, which was in a back unprotected warehouse area, uninsulated. If it were hot outside, it was hot in the warehouse. Cold, it was cold. And then he did have an office area that he moved the show into. Now, he rented that space out for other filming projects.
Right.
So there were other shows that rented it just to set themselves up. So there was an office space that professionals could come in, and I think they hung some wood on the wall, they redid the ceiling. It was if you ever saw a video of a nicer looking space, I think they had a video screen. That was my old office, and that was turned into their recording space.
Already at a party, man. Hey, is anyone streaming at the ice facility tonight? I heard Tommy went to Seattle, but I haven't seen him streaming from there yet.
Gotcha.
And then I remember their falling out with and I wasn't there to see it, but with the Royce claiming John almost hit him with the car thing. Someone had asked me about that, and I wasn't there for it, but that makes perfect sense. The logistics of the building, where Royce, I'm sure, would have come out the door screaming and yelling, John screaming and yelling. The only room there would be to drive out would have put him inches from the door, inches from Royce. Wow. And knowing Royce, I didn't have to be there to see the scene. I'm sure that, he dramatized it into what it became.
In your honest opinion, did you feel like that John would get behind the wheel after having a couple?
Oh, not honest opinion. He did. When we first started the show, we would record at the end, what was the end of the day for Royce and I, and like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon for John. So we had beers. There was a fridge in the office, and John was cracking beers. He brought beer. There was already beer. Beers were going down. And the problem was he was drunk before the podcast was over. So Royce was like, we can't keep doing this way. So we had to
correct me if I'm
doing
wrong,
it in the morning.
Don, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was also the time where he would announce that he's at Pickwick every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the same time.
Definitely.
You can come down and fight me. I'm there every day at 3 o'clock. And so by the time he would show up to do the podcast, he's already drunk, bringing more beers and drinking the beers that are there. And then when you're done, he gets in the car and drives home.
I thought for sure it would only be a matter of time. I thought he's announcing it to the world. And he's kind of a known figure. I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't see anyone at ice tonight, but I'll go there tomorrow. Make sure to be there tomorrow at some point.
The Pickwick Pub, everybody, if they didn't know him for his time in the entertainment business, they knew him as the drunk at Pickwick who kept talking about what a big shot he was. So he was known enough. I cannot believe nobody arrested him, that no cop wanted the easy ticket to just go park across the street from Pickwick and wait. And there's a DUI, easy.
Oh, there you go. There's the couch cushions.
Oh God. Only in upstate New York.
Yeah, we had a biological hazard sign next to it for people. Did you ever see his video where he got pulled over in Florida?
Oh, I did. That was fantastic. Yeah.
You talk about cops who missed an easy layup. I mean, that John Colludi, hey Don, can you confirm or deny that Drunky tried to hit Royce with his car? Yeah, I think he just talked about that.
I was just saying, I wasn't there for it, but I know. So here's the thing: Royce and I were friends before he started this business. I knew him for a few years, and I would say fairly well. I mean, I spent time at his home. I knew his stepdaughter and his wife, or common law love interest. They were ever formally married. But I knew them pretty well, and I knew what kind of person Royce was, and I watched him start his business with a variety of partners and helpers and coworkers. Everyone, including his stepdaughter, left screaming.
Wow.
That no one just calmly quit, no one just said, hey, this isn't for me. Royce never just said, hey, this isn't working out, should let you go. They were giant, huge blowouts with deep personal digs at one another. So I'm sure, I find it very easy to believe that is how that relationship came to an end. I do know that Royce gave him a lot of equipment so he could go and do his own podcast on his own. Just take it and go.
Get out of my life.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had a question regarding, we all know he loves to drink. It seems lately that he loves to party a little bit down Blow Street, if you will, a little cocaina. I'm just curious if that was
Rather
ever
than that train, if you will.
Yeah, if that was ever discussed or
Discussed in that it had happened in the past, or was a part of his life, but not that it was happening then.
Right.
He wasn't trying to score it. He didn't look like he was going to do a bump in the bathroom. He wasn't didn't have the grinding or the usual stuff. So I didn't feel like he was using it or could even afford it if he had access to it. He mostly drank, occasionally smoked weed, which didn't make sense to me because I smoke weed more than I drink. So
right.
We're opposite people to begin with. But yeah, he would just smoke a little weed once in a while. I never saw him do coke, but he talked about it. And
Sure.
definitely in the, back in the old days sort of way, or was the Scores, the strip club, kind of those kind of stories, that era when he was cool and, he could go out and everybody knew him and the cops could pull him over when he was high and drunk and they didn't care. They just sent him on his way and that kind of stuff.
Was he doing any online dating during your time together?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bring any of the girls around. How big?
He never brought any around, but he was on an online date the night the Trump phone call took place. He was going out, and it was a long process because it was an initial call in and then a call back.
Oh,
and in
can I ask?
between, he had a dinner date. Sure.
Don, I'm sorry. Can I ask? Was that call recorded in California?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no. Okay, wait a minute. I take that back. I don't know. The beginning of the call was recorded in California when we called into the White House and then into to Jared Kushner. But it was later that he got Trump on the line. Trump called him back. That was recorded on somehow John got somebody else to record it. I don't know who or how or what. I was home just living my life and Royce calls and he's like, "You're not going to believe what we got." And he tells me about this recording. He's like, "I'll play it for you in the morning. I got to go wind down." It was all dramatic and I don't know what to do with this. It's really going to blow up. And the next day, every news outlet that he reached out to absolutely could care less. No one returned his call. No one took his call. He used Stuttering John's name and the president's name, and no one cared.
Well, it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
A little, like a UK newspaper ran an article, and that is the article that blew up. And then it went, like, for a couple of days. It was that thing.
and then people listened to it and realized, well, this fucking sucks. This went nowhere.
It went nowhere. He had nothing. He wasn't prepared to do it. It wasn't planned. I'll be fair. It really wasn't. It was in that moment on the show. It just seemed like a good idea, and it was my phone. I'm the one who pulled out the White House switchboard. So it's I'm always afraid I'm on some list, but because it was just patched into the board, and for some reason he started in with the British accent, and that's what he was going with as the assistant to, as if the whatever senator from New Jersey is going to have a British assistant touring California, but it was just slapped together in a hurry. But I credit Royce. Very proud.
Like describe kind of like his reaction once it did get picked up by that one outlet. What was was that all he was talking about at the time?
He was in star mode. Then it was it was get me to this studio and that studio. Royce, you got to make sure I have lunch. I'm going to need a different shirt. Trump's wife had that jacket, and it said something on the back. I don't remember, something about I don't care.
I don't care.
Yeah. And so they had me quickly scramble together at a vinyl cutter and a heat press and put together a similar shirt, like a green T-shirt with the words on it for one of the interviews. But he was very much. It was like he was back, back in the high life again, and this was going to be something.
And it's more about now. What more could he get from Royce because of what he did? And so now he's bossing around Royce. I need you to take me here. I need you to give me clothes. And Royce can't say a fucking thing because this thing went viral.
Right. Royce would call me and get me on it, or and Royce did plenty. It wasn't just the errand really, but it was an exciting time. I mean, Mark Hamill retweeted me. I mean, that's
Right.
Yeah, I got the Scream costume from Scary Movie. That's my main option. Just don't know what the weather's gonna be like tomorrow. I'll figure it out.
who am I?
Right.
Luke Skywalker's retweeting me. You know.
Well,
that
John
was
claims
cool.
John claims him and Mark Hamill are really good friends.
I can't fathom how that's possible. Greg Grunberg. Firstly, Mark Hamill would never come on the show. Roy's tried and tried and tried and tried. Well, I don't know why his good friend wouldn't come and do his podcast.
Exactly.
Greg Grunberg came on. If you're familiar, he is J.J. Abrams' best friend since kindergarten. He's in everything J.J. Abrams does. You know his face. He's been an X-Wing pilot. He was the pilot on Lost in the first episode. He was on. He was in Heroes. Anyway, he in the wake of that Trump call, he was like many people in Hollywood at the time, anti-Trump. So he was excited.
Did you are you doing a costume for Halloween spin?
He wanted to come on. He did the show. He invited John down to Comic-Con. He had kind of a celebrity band that they would perform. He invited John to play with him. Royce and John went down high on life. Royce was really stoked. This was going to be a big opportunity. John got wasted, and Grunberg made some comments to Royce like, no turning him off, huh? Made a fool of himself. Grunberg was gone, like out of the scene.
Wow. No turning him off.
It went from Royce was going to hook him up with Star Wars video games and stuff to no more return calls. Just gone. Like he was never there.
Ouch.
I don't want to divert. So that question was about his dating life at the time.
Oh, sorry.
Can you hear a little bit more about that?
Went down a rabbit hole. Well, I don't. I mean, he was definitely single, and he was definitely online dating. It was unbelievably bizarre that, and I still do whenever I see or hear of somebody with some celebrity status putting themselves out in the dating world. But anytime we had anyone in the studio, like he was so creepy. We had Bobby Brown. I don't know.
Sure.
He's Cherry Pie for more.
Yeah. Janie Lane's
Janie Lane's ex-wife, exactly. So I mean, I don't need to tell you, she's a rock star's wife. She's stunning. She's beautiful. Way out of John's league. Now, playing another sport that's out of John's league. But he was so creepy about, hey, we'd get together and just creeping on her, asking her out. The same with Gretchen Bonaducci.
Sure, yeah.
She would come on and he was creepy and just slimy. Heather McDonald, same, slimy, creepy. Like I hated being around it because I felt like I was going to be viewed in the same light. Even though I would never see these people again, it wouldn't matter. I hated it.
Would he describe to you like what the dates were like? Was he like trying to give you the juicy details?
They were always top. No, not the juicy details. They were always top end dates though. They were always nice restaurants with high end food and high end drink. I don't know if any of that. I doubt it, but that was his claim, and I'm sure high end I guess is relative.
All right, Darwin, here is a cockroach. I'm going to ask you to put this in your food at the very end of the night.
Galaxy wants to know, how fucking tall do you think John is?
I have slightly crooked hips. I'm 5'10" on my good leg, 5'9" or so on my other leg. Okay. And John, no matter which way I'm leaning, John was definitely hovering around here on me. So 5'6", maybe in that range, 5'7".
Yeah,
maybe a little less. Very diminutive, very doughy looking in person. Just what you see on the internet. The internet doesn't lie. It was still the beginning of the spindly. But didn't have the fully spindly arms yet. He was heading in that direction. The roundness of him and he still could have turned it around at that point if he wanted to. And he was occasionally working out. After the Trump call, he did have a moment where he thought maybe, there he is, that something might come of it. Because I remember him talking about how he worked out for his boxing match at sometime in the Stern show, and he was kind of simulating that workout. so he could get in shape for all the potential things that Royce was going to get him. But again, no one was returning calls for.
And all that clunge that he's dealing with.
Yeah,
online.
exactly. Me deep in it.
Rake victim. Oh, hey, Deluxe Don. Thanks for dishing, girlfriend. Hey, I love you here. Look at this. Best guest Uncle Rico has ever had. Love this dude. Let's go Dodgers. Oh, hey, Don.
Hey, Dodgers. All right.
You know, it's, I'm thinking about, that was his next claim to fame. The Trump call was going to do it. Now, had he been smart, start calling other politicians.
Right. It doesn't have to be presidents. It could be just any politician.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a cottage industry.
Yeah.
Well, that was the beginning of the idea that I did see him attempt. We all know the famous Melendez family suit video
Yes.
where he went with the Newsmax idea to try to put
DC.
politicians.
Yes.
Yeah. But it was originally, the Royce plan was to have him in Hollywood harassing celebrities, which makes perfect sense. And that's kind of the only thing he did well. I mean, I know he had people writing for him and helping him and guiding him, but still, I don't know if I would have the balls to stick a microphone into some of the people's faces that he did and say some of the things he did. I can't take that away from him. I don't call it a talent. And he's so stupid he stopped doing the only thing that was good. And he had an opportunity. Royce would have bankrolled it and got it off the ground if he had done. And they couldn't get it together.
Well, beers take precedence, man. You can't drink if you're working. Painkiller, I've been here longer than you guys at this point. 32 months. Thank you very much. Metal Addict is gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, Monomarth Skull. Let me see here.
I had a question. When you would go out with John, how many times did you hear him tell people that he was a celebrity or kind of name drop the Stern Show or the Tonight Show or list his credits?
Very seldom. I mostly interacted with him at or around Royce's. So he was talking to people who kind of already knew who he was or were more famous than him. Like the guys from Jackass came in one day, Chris Pontius.
Right.
Really nice guy.
Party boy.
That was another where he walked in and he was like, "Oh, what have I got myself into? I'll do it." You could see the vibe, but it's also at the same time, here's a cool arcade. It's a warehouse full of vintage arcade machines. So everybody had fun, like exploring and looking around and playing Miss Pac-Man or whatever. So it was cool, but most of the time he wasn't constantly. Now he would get angry. He and Royce might argue, or he might come at me because I posted something he didn't like that Royce told me to post, and he would remind me that he knows better. He knows how radio works. He knows how to promote things, that sort of stuff. But so he would remind me of his past.
I know you watch WATP a lot. Have you seen him working the board on Stephanie Miller's show? Those clips? Him with the theater?
Just a few.
It's so bad. I've never seen a guy just keep moving the level in just increments, little by little, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's unbelievable.
He has no idea really what he's doing from a technical standpoint. The technology is totally out of his grasp. I don't know what he's learned, but part of what I was stuck doing was everything technical for him. That's why I had access to his Twitter and his email and the rest of his social media. I was posting his podcast and I was posting to YouTube. It was my account actually that we first posted the Trump call because we needed something to get it out there the first night, and he didn't have a YouTube account. So yeah, he's just a disaster. There's no other way to put it.
Don, did you ever see anyone recognize him?
No.
Did you ever, follow-up question, did you ever see him write something funny?
No, and I still can't believe it that it sticks in my head. He ended the Trump call by saying "Baba Boo," as if whose show do you think you're on? You're on your own show. You said it's recorded, and it's one of those things that's stuck in my head all these years, and it's a perfect example of who he is, how unoriginal he is, and how little he has going talent-wise.
And how stuck he is in the past, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey guys.
Oh, hey, Discount Don. What's up, buddy?
I had a question for Don. Oh, hey, Don.
Don on Don. What's
Got
up?
nice ring to it. Don, when you were posting messages on social media on John's account, did you have to use bad grammar to make it look authentic?
No, I didn't. I didn't realize how bad it was. I did. Royce did ask me often to make it sound like John, and a lot of times he just told me what to post or what to write. I wasn't out there, being a substitute John. I was just doing the manual labor of the posts. It wasn't my creative energy.
Real quick, coming up on 1700 and you're watching live. Thank you everybody for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit notify. Turn on accept gifted memberships. We put a link in the description of the show that'll take you to your YouTube settings. And hopefully if someone is generous enough to gift, which they are around this part of town, you'll get one. And make sure you thank them. And Karloff's Monster has become a member. Thank you.
Behind my paywall.
So, can we adopt Don? I vote he stays. Yeah, listen, he's welcome here, carte blanche, anytime. You kidding me?
That's very nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
now
having a
when he
blast.
doesn't get the link, he's going to start publishing my text messages with him, actually.
That's been happening a lot lately. Let me go. I'm bouncing back and forth here from Super Tip and YouTube. We'll get to everything, guys. Okay, Kimberly.
I am so glad to see you, Don. Send me your address. I won't dox you. Wink, wink.
I can't believe you drew first blood on my burden.
Hey guys, Don, what kind of vacuum do you prefer? Guys, I like the Hoover Mini Vac for small jobs, guys.
He's our vacuum guy, Marshall. Sean, the producer, got to get my laundry out of the dryer. Can you guys pause for a couple minutes? We did that for you on Blunder, Sean. Don't get crazy. Another Sean gifted 5. Thank you, Sean. Happy Valley, first cycle of chemo again. I pretty much ruled the place. No one wanted a piece, and I crushed all the puss there. Come see me, SJ. I'm there every Thursday. Show my badass pick, frog. Thank you, Happy Valley.
Pick of you?
You better.
I'll
Better.
it.
Suzanne's Unfound Clamp.
The GoFundMe broke my stupid mind. People donated over 30 large in no time at all because I am such a horrible, disgusting person.
Silence! You only ever got to do anything as a goof, failed at everything, and think you are a success. Stupid asshole!
Mr. Devins.
Isn't it odd that I make fun of Carl's wife and real teeth, yet my mommy removes and cleans my false teeth? And isn't it ironic, don't you think, to call Vince Downsy? I took the tart cart to school.
Don, you have the missing episode where SJ makes trans jokes.
Probably. I have all the episodes.
Do you really?
Yeah, I recorded all of them to my laptops and my drives, and I have everything backed up. I did a whole stuttering.
John, we just became best friends.
I'll happily share what I have.
Rob just ejaculated so much.
So much.
They weren't heavily edited because I did the editing, but
Sure.
there were some that were edited. Whether it was a flub or a bad set of phone calls before we actually got a person on the line, and it was just that kind of stuff.
Love it. Also, do you have something I can promote or plug for you? Do you have a PayPal or a Venmo? Because I know people will fucking shower you with some gifts, and I know I'll send you
I
something.
appreciate it. There's no need. I'll share my Venmo, but there's really no need. This is pure fun for me. I haven't done comedy in a long time. I'm out of the entertainment industry, at least for the time being.
So is John.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a software engineer. I work remotely. I live in Las Vegas. I skateboard 3 or 4 days a week.
Skateboards?
Just turned 56, and I'm happier than I've been in a long, long time. So I appreciate it. And there's a little part of me that
This guy's 53 and he skateboards.
would love to make money off Stuttering John, just because I know it would burn him. It would be like a poker in his ass.
Consider it done.
But yeah, I'm in a really happy, fortunate place in my life. So, I've enjoyed watching the Dabbleverse evolve so much. I'm so grateful, not just to you guys doing professional shows, but to all the people on Reddit that are heaving so much material up there, Photoshop images and AI generated content, and that pick through the hours. I can't do it. I don't know how you guys sit through and pick through the hours of this show. It's unlistenable to me.
Yeah, thank you. It's not easy, you know. I find.
How dare you?
Oh yeah, no, Joe does a lot of it. I don't watch any of it, but
A lot of it, he says.
Do you remember noticing John giving the bartender dirty looks when she didn't meet his gaze or jump to replace John's beard? Yes.
Definitely, yes, yes.
Was so bad.
He was scowling, he was angry at Royce. If not the bartender, you immediately beamed at Royce because, you know, who are you to control him? In his mind, he's on top of his alcohol intake, and it's not affecting him. And if anything, it makes him better. So who is Royce or anyone else to tell him what he should be drinking? And that was definitely an issue that evening because it was a room full of people. I mean, Royce invited a lot of folks there, and he had, you know, catering available. There was food, snacks, drinks, beers. You know, it was a nice little affair, such that it was. So it was readily available to him. So that was something Royce had to manage, which you could see was frustrating because he had to manage the whole shoot. There's guys on, you know, tracks with rolling cameras and all these lights and all the generators out. It was a professional production. I can't take anything away from that. And Royce was managing all that as well as John's beer.
Well, as somebody who bought that stream, that was the disappointing thing for me was that John was railroading all the conversations with his input. Like we wanted to hear Billy and Jackie and Mike's Poetic and stuff, and just share the stories, the behind the scenes stuff on being on the Stern Show at that great time during the Stern Show. And John would just bulldoze through with his, what happened with me is that this happened, and then he would talk about how much he was like, he hated Stern and how Stern screwed everybody, and everyone else was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
They're like, we didn't come here to shit on the guy. We came here to reminisce and tell some fun stories and bring in Stern fans that want to hear the behind the scenes, you know, stuff.
That was, John was positioned there in Royce's world as kind of the centerpiece of what he was building, which was resurrecting people's kind of careers, giving them something. So it will be podcast, it will be, you know, something on Royce's network that he was building out. So John probably went into that thinking that he was kind of the star of this thing, and Jackie and Billy are there just to kind of support him, when it couldn't be further from the truth. I think Jackie and Billy, I feel personally, was the most interesting guest because he's led the most interesting life outside of the Stern Show. He's gone on, he's the Red M&M, right?
I mean, he's everything. He's
everything.
Yeah.
I mean, Royce had one of the Bugs Bunny pinball machines there. He was voiced the Space Jam movie.
Yeah.
What a cool, interesting career. Ren and Stimpy, right? So how could you not be impressed? Jackie, after he left the Stern Show, I kind of lost track of him, but another interesting guy. I wanted to know what he was doing. I would have wanted to know more about Jackie. Maybe I'm a little biased, but I think John had positioned himself as the star of that show.
Right, and definitely the MC, if you will. That's going to be, you know, moving things along.
Well, that's the thing. That era of the show was so strongly written. There was a lot of sketches they used to do. It was a lot of amazing moments of that show that was all the brainchild of Stern. It was Jackie writing for Stern, Fred, and Billy just